Hello and welcome everyone to CodeWord. This is a partnered event brought to you by CFE.dev and FITC. My name is Sean C. Davis, and I'm going to be your host for the first half of the day today. Now, I lead developer education at Netlify, and I'm thrilled to be here today. This is an event that is near and dear to me because I've been working with content for the web for almost 15 years now, and it spanned from creating content to help developers build better websites, all the way to building products to help non-developers ship content fast. And we have a load of great talks coming your way today from all about content for the web. So, as we kick off CodeWord, I want to give a special shout out to Cloudflare and Agility CMS. We would not be able to put on events like this without the generous support of sponsors like these. Thank you very much. And today, after each of the presentations, we'll have a brief Q&A with our speakers. So you can put your questions directly in the chat and keep that chat coming. Keep it nice and lively all day today. All right, and with that, it's time to move on to the main event. Our first presenter today, Jenell Pizarro's technical journey spans from React development to leading diverse engineering teams across organizations like Netlify, Capco, and SkillCrush. She thrives at the intersection of technical excellence and people development, creating environments where developers can do their best work. We're absolutely thrilled to have her here with us today. Please welcome Jenell Pizarro.
Yay! Thanks so much, Sean. I really appreciate it. Hi, everyone, and welcome to being here at CodeWord. Alrighty, so let's kind of get started if you're all okay with that. Um, right now, I want to talk a little bit about AI very broadly, just to kind of get, our feet wet here. So let's start with Alan. Alan is, let's say, a dad, right? So Alan is this dad, and he is trying to help his son with his homework. And so, of course, they're trying to like do math, and math is hard, y'all. I mean, that's why we all code, right? So that the computers can do the math for us, right? So he's helping his son, and they're trying to sort out pi and how many digits past, three they can kind of sort out. And so Alan is working through this and helping his son and starts asking ChatGPT more questions and more questions and more questions, right? Like, oh, so what does this mean if pi can be, if you can tell me all of the digits of pi ad infinitum, right? Why not, right? Like, why can't I do this? Or how can I solve maybe world hunger, right? And so ChatGPT is like, yeah, girl, I got you. We can absolutely solve world hunger together. And just keeps going and going and going. And there's this point where Alan is no longer helping his child with his math homework. He is kind of stuck on trying to solve world hunger or solving huge math problems, right? Like this man who's just supposed to be helping his kid is kind of diving really deep into the Chat GPT wormhole. So this is kind of weird, right? Because everyone's like, oh no, like who would do that, right? This is so common. Like this is really normal. Like Alan is using ChatGPT for work. So this he's double checking to make sure that he's not, delusional, right? And he's checking Gemini and saying, all right, am I delusional or did I figure out this math thing? Am I like the coolest mathematician that ever existed? And ChatGPT is like, yeah, girl, you are. You're literally so smart. I can't even. And Gemini is like, no, girl, you gotta really reel it back in because that's a lot, right? And so this is a problem, right? Because now Alan has been like, I've been talking to ChatGPT for an entire month, and she's been telling me that I'm the smartest mathematician that ever existed. And it's just being a sycophant, right? So it's trying to be really, really nice to you because that's what AIs do. need and they feed off of your feedback, right? So that's where we come to AI for everyone, right? We need to figure out what is actually accessible for AI and specifically generative AI. So yeah. So what are we talking about today? We are talking about how we are going to get AI accessible, right? Like what does accessibility look like in the AI space? And we're going to talk about it in three kind of breaks. So what are we doing with that? Like, how is it working? And we're going to kind of check in on Alan and see how Alan is doing, all right? And at the end of the day, I am going to have a call to action towards the end to see if maybe you can help me and we can help each other be accessibility warriors. And then you just yell at me at the end, right? Yeah, you just say, no, Jenell, I don't want to help you. That's weird. All right. So first and foremost, things in the accessibility space are super lovely when it comes to AI. We've not got a lot of help in this situation, right? And I think it's probably gonna get worse before it gets better. And that's kind of a good thing. That's where I'm gonna need your help, and the world is gonna need your help, and hopefully you're gonna be there for to heed this call. So we're gonna go through that. And last but not least, we have great news. You have to help us. We can all do this. We can all have an accessible AI journey, and we can help everyone and make sure that we have the intersection between usability and accessibility. So first and foremost, hi, my name is Jenell. I'm a software engineer. I work on accessibility a lot. I love it. It makes my soul smile. I love user interfaces and user experiences. And I will definitely compare every single piece of code that I can possibly find to roller skating. Absolutely will do that. If you have not spoken to me and I have not mentioned a roller skate, then you never spoke to me at all. It's not a thing that happened. So cool fun fact for you. To get us started, I do want to talk about what the definition of accessibility is. The definition here is obvious, like people with disabilities can perceive, understand, navigate, and interact with your product. So when we are looking at accessibility, for example, on the web, what we're doing is we're trying to see if things are keyboard navigable, if you can use things like voiceover, if a disabled user, for example, who has Down syndrome is able to voice verify with your product, right? So these are the things that we're looking for in the web. We are specifically trying to make sure that our disabled users have the access to that product. And that is a core thing, right? Like not just your abled users, your able-bodied users, your able-sighted users. You want everyone to have the complete access to your product. And then for the next thing, we want to make sure that like when you're doing accessibility, we have core tenets like the POUR method. The POUR method is having perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust like products, right? So you want to make sure that it is perceivable by your disabled users. So it can like they can access it, right? They can immediately, I understand that is there. I know how to use it, right? Operable means I can go through everything and actually use it. and that it's understandable. For cognitive disabilities, it is robust. So completely, like they can get to point A and point B in a fluid motion. So cool beans. Next, we have usability. And usability and accessibility are not at all the same thing. Although we do kind of like mesh the two together, they aren't unfortunately the same thing. So here we want to say that users can accomplish their goals using a product or system easily and effectively while having a positive experience. So this is usually what we're thinking about when we're thinking about UI UX, right? So we're thinking about our general user. We're thinking about the personas. We're thinking about who does this fit and why does this fit? And we're asking those questions, right? We're saying, does this work for them? Is this, great for them, right? Are we solving a problem? And is it usable for that? So with usability, we have the framework, the 5 E's. The 5 E's help us navigate usability issues, right? So we have, just like the POUR method, effective, efficient, engaging, easy to understand, or easy to operate. And we have error handling, which is, right? That's the one that we love. We gotta love an error handle. So yeah, this is the 5 E's of usability. And they are going to help us with making sure that we have a usable application. So now that we've got all of those definitions, let's start with the bad news, right? AI kind of sucks, right? It just does. And I know that we're all super hype on it right now, and everybody's using all the cool things, but it is kind of failing us in a lot of really weird ways. One of which is it's failing companies. So MIT recently released a report that found that most endeavors aren't paying off. That means a lot of people are investing lots and lots of money for AI, and they're not getting their ROI back. It's quite literally more than 90% are not getting their money back. They will probably, I think they're thinking, in several years' time, but most aren't. The ones who are getting their money back are large companies who already have those valuations. So they already have those $1 billion to spend and throw money at AI, right? So your Googles, your Microsofts, and Microsoft quite literally just recently got a $1 trillion evaluation. That's a T? A T? I didn't even know that existed. So yeah, I don't know about you, but most of us don't work at $1 trillion companies, right? We're working at agencies, we're working, at smaller startups. Even if we're working for larger companies, probably they don't have the millions and millions of dollars to spend on AI, right? They have money to spend on AI, but not as much as what they're thinking to just throw it away, right? So we're companies are also seeing just adoption is slow going for them. So to continue with that, we really have to kind of understand that the companies who are profiting from AI are the bigger companies. And the ones that are not doing as well are going to be ones like energy, retail and consumer, financial services, and healthcare, which is kind of frustrating. Because if you think about it, these 4 bullet points here are our infrastructure. So our healthcare is our healthcare. Could you imagine, like, AI could potentially be really, really helpful in getting your medical things kind of situated, right? It could help your nurses, it could help your doctors. And in financial services, it could be really lovely to kind of not have to deal with maybe fraud situations when it comes to like people handling money. It would be really, really lovely to get an algorithm to do it. Granted, algorithms are made by people, but still, right? It'd be lovely to like have that kind of situation. And with energy specifically, how cool would it be to have AI be in our energy system? So AI is also failing people. The majority of people don't really know that they're using AI. 77% of people are using AI all the time. So like meaning like they're actually using, you are using AI constantly, and people don't actually, the majority of people don't really know that they're using AI. And only like only a handful of us actually know that it is AI, right? And it's mostly because we built it, and that's kind of sad. So it's failing the majority of people rather than just us, right? So 90% of tech companies are using AI to their advantage. So that's pretty awesome. But they're doing it in a really weird way. They're using you to do that, meaning you're paying for that. You. Most companies are benefiting from AI. So most companies that aren't Google, aren't Microsoft, aren't Meta are using AI because you're using AI. So you're spending that $20 for Claude, and you're spending that $20 for ChatGPT to help you with your work. But that's not being reimbursed by the company. And it's also not necessarily safe, right? You don't know what is going on and what kind of shadow IT is happening, right? So there could be a lot of security risks. Um, Also, we're kind of finding out that computer science and engineering grads, as well as graphic design grads, are two of the 10 degrees with the highest unemployment rate right now. So that's not good either. That means that our senior engineers, our staff engineers, our principal engineers, and everybody else are going to have less people to kind of teach and foster and grow. That's kind of terrifying. So what does our industry look like when we have less juniors? How do we grow as engineers? How do we grow as managers? How do we grow as people in the tech industry when we don't have the future to look into and talk to and mentor and love on? So, I mean, it's kind of weird, right? Like we're just building wrappers around ChatGPT, right? That's what we're doing. I mean, it's fine. Me too. I am too. It's that we're all doing it. It's fine. But we can do better. We built this for us. Okay. That is the problem. The problem with AI is that we built it for people who understand AI. Is that the best idea? I don't know. Do you know? No, we don't. But I don't think so, right? I don't think it's necessarily the greatest idea that we built something for people who already kind of mostly understand it. It's cool, but we're here to solve problems. We're here to help our communities. We're here to grow humanity and be better people, right? We're not necessarily here to just kind of vibe, right? Like I know we're all vibe coding, but like, can we vibe code and be good humans? So some ethical dilemmas here, right? There's a lot of fraud and scams that impact users, and not just older folks. Actually, you know who's being impacted the most by AI? It's actually people who are the most familiar with AI. There's a lot to kind of unpack there, right? Um, yeah, we're the problem. The humans are the problem. So if we're being impacted by the things that we're building, we are kind of struggling and we are not making things accessible to the broader community of folks. We're not, kind of stepping through, then the problem is a human problem, right? The reason why our AI isn't accessible is because of humans. It's because we are not looking at workflows. We are not trying to see how we can help anyone holistically, right? As a human person. And so a lot of the AI things that we are building for our customers are failing because we're not considering what their workflows are. We're not adding to their workflow. We're not pushing on with their workflow. We're not making their workflows slightly better. We are making it harder for them. So adoption is going to be a little bit harder. So right now, if we are having that issue with workflows and they're like our users are abandoning those at a very fast pace, right? So that basically they're not using the tools that we're building for them. Why not, right? Like let's fix it. So right now, this is what I'm saying is let's do the cool thing. Let's do awesome stuff with AI and build things that are accessible and also usable. So here's some strategies that I think that we can use together to make our tooling accessible and maybe actually make us some money in the end, which I think is pretty great. So let's go for it. The very first thing that I think that we should do when it comes to accessibility specifically in AI is figuring out who our user is, right? So let's stop thinking about accessibility as not also a usability problem when it comes to AI specifically. Let's combine them together. So who is our user? Who are they? And this is the opportunity to start with the disabled user because we have really cool new tools at our disposal. So why don't we start with something different? Why can't we do usability and accessibility to create a new framework and what that means, right? So can we have the product work easily? Have we considered adding other users as personas? And have we considered all of our users? And can the product be built with accessibility first? So, you know how we're so used to doing mobile first and, making sure things are responsive and beautiful in that way. Love that. But like, why can't we kind of spin things on its head? Why can't we start with maybe let's do audio first? Why not, right? That can open up an entirely new, different everything for us, right? Let's start with audio, or let's start with a visual representation that isn't necessarily a GUI. Why can't we? We can start with people. So if we're doing both at the same time, we can quite literally design for people and create for people instead of necessarily the web or AI or just for the product, right? If we're designing for people, if we're creating accessible things for people, accessible content, accessible, tools and accessible workflows, then we are quite literally making access so much better to our disabled users as well as our able-bodied users. And so I propose this to be our new tool for accessibility when it comes to AI. It's called Clear. So I did absolutely use ChatGPT to make this acronym though. So forgive me if it's a little funky. So it's essentially the POUR method and the 5 E's at the same time. So is it comprehensible, right? So that's pretty like understandable here, right? So like we're getting, do we understand it as a whole? Is it learnable, right? Can we learn this as a user? Is it just kind of quick to understand? Is it error resistant? Are we finding that we're saying, hey, Alan, maybe this isn't the right thing for you, right? Like maybe this isn't what we should be doing here, my guy, right? Um, Accessible. Can other users use it? Not just, sighted users. Maybe like can all of our users use it as a whole? And is it relevant and reliable? That I think is probably one of the coolest things ever is to like put those together and we're creating a usable and accessible um, tool. So I propose also that we start from a different perspective. Instead of starting with a GUI, why don't we start with a visual storytelling or text-only narratives or auditory ways to use these tools or to add them to our users' workflows? We don't have to do things just for the web anymore. And I think at this point now, I kind of want to say, I think it's time. I think it's time that we try new things and we reach out and we kind of look at things in a different perspective. So maybe if you are creating new AI in your job, in your new roles, if you're just doing it for funsies, try something that's voice or text-based first instead of doing a GUI, right? Try adding that little piece that could be a little bit different, right? So don't be afraid for the tool to explain itself. So it's so nice when a tool is just like, hey, I can you maybe do it this way instead, right? The way that I think about it kind of is like Clippy. Do you remember Clippy? Clippy is honestly we're missing a lot. Like Clippy could be the AI for us, right? Like that could be the tool that we absolutely need. So bring humanity into the mix to test for clarity, right? So look at the clear framework as something that we can do for accessibility and start there, right? Like be the Clippy you want to see in the world. And I really, 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 really urge you all to go to the W3C draft right now, because right now we don't have any accessibility rules for AI, literally zero. They don't exist. We have propositions, we have, they're trying, we're trying, right? But it's going a lot faster. AI is kind of just exploding, as you all know. It's a big buzzword right now. And so we're not really doing accessibility first. We're just kind of just trying really hard to get market value. And maybe we should start a little bit differently and ask questions. So go, take a picture here, right? And go to this GitHub repo and ask questions and push and add to the narrative here and ask what we could be doing better, because we have a responsibility not just on the web but also everywhere to be better humans for other humans. And maybe if we design for our most vulnerable population, we could really make the internet such a better place and have it be accessible to so many people. So I really urge you to help out. And yeah, that would be really, really lovely. And you all have a lovely, wonderful, beautiful rest of the day. Check out the rest of the talks. And thank you so much for your ears and eyes and love and thoughts and text.
Thanks so much, Jenell. That was really, really great. Got my head really thinking about a handful of questions I have for you folks out there in the audience. Add any questions you have to the chat, and I can ask Jenell. We did get one from Peter about halfway through your presentation, and Peter asks, "Is AI failing accessibility just because we're using the wrong technologies for user prompts?"
Ooh, I think that's a really great question. I think AI is failing users in accessibility not just because of that. Like I think that could be a reason to like using weird prompts and not weird in like that your prompt specifically is weird, but yeah, I think that is a potential problem is using the wrong prompt. But also, I don't think we're thinking about who will be using our products, right? I think that that's quite literally the issue is, I know, for example, my spouse is a nurse, and when she gets brand new, um, tools at work, a lot of the times they end up not using them, and it's not because they're not great tools that weren't thought about really, really intensely, right? Because they were. A lot of these products are, got years of work and research done on them, right? It's that no one asked a nurse, and not just like a nurse that used to be a nurse, right? A nurse who is currently in the trenches and actually working on that kind of work, right? So when you get things like, oh, we have a brand new charting system and it's gonna help you chart 12% better because that's what we researched. Um, it it actually doesn't. And in fact, it gets to a point where nurses would rather write it down with paper and pen because that becomes faster for them. So we that's not accessible, right? Because a nurse in that point in time is going to have her hands full. Like there are, I'm not sure if you know this. This is a little bit of a tangent here, but we've got nurses who are getting quite literally beat up at work, right? And that's a normal day-to-day thing that happens to nurses is they're getting assaulted by their patients, and not because their patients are terrible people. They could be like have suffering from dementia or Alzheimer's, and they're scared, and so they lash out, right? So if a nurse is kind of handling a patient who is scared and lashing out at them, right? And they also have to chart and make sure that that person is safe. That's a kind of disability that we are not looking for. It is a situational disability, and we really, really, really need to make sure that we are looking for the user first before we even look into what we're building. And I think that's where we're failing in accessibility for AI.
So I guess by that logic, are saying that it's not necessarily the prompting on its own, but if I kind of turn that around, is it also true to say if you do that user research up front, that the prompting is just going to naturally get better and be more poignant?
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you for that. Yeah, absolutely. I think that if we're looking at our users holistically and what they're doing and how their workflows are, that we can naturally build better things for them to help them.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So earlier in your presentation, you mentioned like you want to, and here we're talking about leading with accessibility. Like that's the ideal scenario, but we both know, most projects or feature builds or whatever it might be don't start from that point. And so if someone's already deep into building out a feature, spinning up a new product, and they didn't lead with accessibility and they didn't lead with research, what what could they do now to maybe help correct that or make their product stronger?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really great question. I think the clear framework is probably pretty helpful there, right? Is okay, even though we're like two-thirds of the way done, is there a way that we can start with clear from here? Can we implement, is everything that we're building comprehensive? Is it, is it understandable? Is it learnable? Is it reliable, right? And if we're doing those kinds of things, and we're looking at that framework, I think that can help, right? It's not going to fix the problem. It can get us to our V1 quick, by kind of thinking about the user a little bit more there, even if it's 2/3 of the way done. But I do think that thinking about that very first comment of that MIT research of most AI initiatives are tanking. They don't get past the very first stage, and they're not giving any kind of measurable ROI. I do think that telling your companies that and kind of pushing a little bit on that specifically and making it about money will also help and say, hey, our V1 probably isn't going to make us money. Can we in V2 make sure that we kind of reframe it and look at the user first? And not only is it going to help with our accessibility, which is great, but it's also going to help with our money, right? We're going to get paid a little bit more because we're actually solving a problem. And that's what people want when they have their tools. They want their workflows to be slightly better. They want to save that 5 minutes, that 10 minutes of their time, because those 5 to 10 minutes that you're saving maybe twice, 3 times a week, they add up over time. And that's even going to save your customers money. So, yeah.
Yes, 100%. And what I've seen is that the way that folks are introducing AI into their tools, it seems like in most cases, they're leading with some sort of chat application or something like that.
Yep.
And you noted a few times that the UI for the web is changing, and I see like two sides of this pretty regularly out there, and it's a really interesting conversation between like, no, the UI is going to remain very important, a foundational piece of the web, or no, that's one side of the spectrum. Other side of the spectrum is everything's going toward the way of the chat, and the UI is going to become completely irrelevant, except for what you need to be able to interact with an agent. Where do you fall in that spectrum?
I fall kind of in the middle, but it's any given day I can change my perspective, which I know sounds
Yeah.
really weird. But yeah, today I'm very much of I really think that we can kind of change what the web looks like entirely. And I do think that there is a place for GUIs. I do think that there's a place for, what we have now, right? Because it is working for a lot of people. But could it be better? It could. And we have the responsibility to make it better. And I know that, like, for example, when computers first started and people were testing them out, like these were just these gigantic things that were like, people had a keyboard and like that was it, right? You just saw text. And that's what made it so cool to people, was like, oh, I could have like a whole like poster board kind of thing going on, where like it like Craigslist, right? But back in the day, right? Like where it's just literally like, hey, we have, a car for sale. We've got this, I have a lamp, it's basically like a college campus, but for everybody, right? Like you do you want to go play hacky sack together? Like you're building a community. And that's really what the internet was always supposed to be, was we're building a community with people around us. And I think I'm also just like in the camp of like the dead internet theory, which is, that's a whole thing as well, right? Yeah, I really think that we can kind of, I don't know, it would be so beautiful to see things kind of be more Star Trekky and just have all of these really nifty kinds of ways that we interact with the internet. So that's what I am today. But like tomorrow, it could quite literally be like, wow, but we can just add to the internet, right? Like this, come on down. We can have these chat-based things. We can have these visual, like cool, like amplifier looking things. And yeah, like that's awesome. Then we'll just come join our GUI. But yeah, I don't know. It's a toss up right now. But right now it's I'm leaning towards chat based and visual inspirations.
Okay, I like that. I like that. And okay, you have that parallel back to the early days of computers, and I'm sure for a lot of folks back then, everything that was happening seemed like it was happening really fast and it was very magical. And you mentioned in the talk that AI feels very magical to people today. And so I'm curious to get your opinion in terms of what where are we going to see that evolve? Is that just time? Time is going to change things, or is there something we should be doing today to help help people be more productive with AI, make better use of it, make it feel a little less magical?
No, I want it to be magical. I
Okay,
like that
great.
it's magical.
Yes, yes.
um, like I don't if anybody is like familiar with like I'm because of this talk and like also because of the nerdiness that I am, and I'm sure that a lot of us are as creatives and engineers and designers. Um, I I really dove deep into like the history of the internet. And there's a lot of newspapers at the very beginning, where it's like, no one's going to use the internet. The internet's really dumb. The internet is a failure. No one, everybody who tried it hates it. And it's just like all of these things are like, the internet is scary. Don't use the internet. It's terrifying. Your grandma could be murdered, right? Like it's just like all of these things. And it's like, wow, okay, that's intense. And it's like, there's a lot of people who are like, it's going to change the world. And I think the the surge of AI has given us the exact same news coverage. So if you're getting, it's going to murder your grandma, the same as like, it's going to revolutionize the world. And so like, just because like we're getting exactly the same headlines for both, I absolutely think it's here to stay and it should be magical and it should be new and it should be inventive. But we also should be a little cautious because it is magical, right? And there's a saying that when science ends is when magic begins, right? And it's kind of that, right? Like if it is magical, like let it be magical and enjoy the magic when you can, because then once the mask is off, it's not as fun, it's not as exciting, it's not as, something that we're super stoked about building for. And yeah, keep it magical. Why not? Just be
I love
safe.
that. Yeah, be safe. It'll be magical. All right, last quick question for you. You mentioned the tools that have text input and then you also mentioned voice input as well. And I've been tinkering around with that a lot because it's really interesting to experience how like our different senses can input and output interactions with AI. So, very last question being, what are your favorite tools to work with today?
Okay. This is my favorite. So I don't know if y'all are familiar with Continue.
Ah, yes, yes.
I am obsessed with her. Like Continue is my favorite because it's not like Copilot or Cursor where like you kind of have to like do a whole vibe and like put it in. Like it you have to like learn, like there's like there's like when you first got into like Copilot, right? And I'm sure like we all started Copilot a little bit ago, like when it started being like kind of like testing, right? GitHub started testing it out. And it was just kind of janky, right? And I was like, no, I really don't want an if statement that's 45 pages long. Thank you so much. And it was kind of frustrating. I think Continue doesn't have that because everybody else has made all those mistakes already. And you can just like, it's already built into VS Code. And it is so beautiful and helpful and kind of helps you deploy and just everything, right? Just straight from your VS Code. And uh, it's the way that it like is also informational, right? When you're coding is also super important for me. I think that's what I like about it. I've been playing around with it for I think 3 weeks now, and it's really I'm telling you, if you're not a fan of continue right now, or if like right now you're using cursor and you're like, I like cursor, it's awesome, but like there's something more, please give continue a try. It's my absolute favorite right now. Yeah, so that's
I love that.
my
I
2 cents.
actually, I just learned about it and started tinkering the other day. So I think that's a great note to end on. Thank you very much for the talk and the time, Jenell.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
All right, folks, we're going to take a 10-minute break to get set up with our next presenter. The chat's going to remain online while we break, so keep the chatter coming, and I'll see you back here in about 9 minutes.
If you're a developer, you should build with Cloudflare, because if you have users all over the world, what you probably do, we give you the fastest way to create great experiences for them. Because your code will be running in a location near them, it's fast to build, and you don't have to worry about deploying your code to a bunch of different regions. We just deploy to region Earth.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you all had a chance to refuel and get ready for more sessions. Now, I wanted to say that keep the chat rolling today. We're going to have a couple swag giveaways at random times throughout the day, and to be eligible, you got to make some noise in the chat. So keep it coming. All right, let's keep rolling. Our next presenter today is Joel Varty. Joel is CTO at Agility CMS. He's obsessed with creating proof of concept website UIs using AI and MCP servers, which includes Agilities. And he's also obsessed with watching football, as his son is currently a college football wide receiver. And Joel says he's just a little bit proud of that. All right, we're thrilled to have him here today. Please welcome Joel Varty.
Hey, thanks, Sean. All right, let's do this. So really excited today to talk about a bunch of stuff, but first a little bit about me. I'm Joel. I like musical theater. As Sean's saying, I like football too, and other stuff like coding sometimes. I don't take myself too seriously. I like to be on stage and it's fun. This was me in Spam a lot. This was me. This was super fun. It's Frankenstein. But just in case you're worried about me being super serious, I'm super not. I'm mostly a dad, and there's my son playing football, and that's my daughter. She came from Halifax, so that was great. And I wish I was doing that right now, but this is fun too. Okay. What do I believe? I believe agents are the next frontier in front-end development. In case you haven't noticed, I think this has pretty much already happened. And there's more and more places where I think as developers or just technical leaders, we can find use cases for agents that are really cool. And I was thinking about this the other day. A lot of us use CMS in our job to like create websites, and we're pretty good at doing that. We're pretty good at getting them indexed with tools like that do search, things like Algolia. I'm going to show Algolia today, but not very many of us are using agents as part of our workflow in terms of what we're coding, like creating an agent. Some of you might have played around with it. I'm going to show you today how to do some really cool stuff. The first thing we're going to show is how to do, well, I'll get to it in a second, but like everyone uses Google, and we all have like that search summary that's up there, and that's an AI. We're going to show how to do that, but on your own website. So it's pretty cool. The tools I'm going to be using today, I'm using Agility for the headless CMS. You can use pretty much any CMS for this. Next.js is the front-end framework. The reason for that is we're using an AI toolkit that's based on Next.js or built for like React and Next.js. So that just makes it easy for that. We're using Algolia for the search. I'm actually using a free version of Algolia. You can use pretty much any search for this though. And for our AI agent, I'm going to give away this code and show you the code later, but you can either use your OpenAI key if you have like a ChatGPT, or if you're using Azure, you can use an Azure AI backend too. Obviously, there's lots of other ones you can use. Those are the two that I have examples for. So let's look at this actual use case here. A lot of people have search on their website where you just get like boom, 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 you know, search results, which is great. But having that, I think the expectation from users now is that you'll have some kind of search summary that'll do a little bit more for them. So we'll show you how to actually create that. And it has a couple of side benefits, because right now when you query, if someone writes a big question on your website in your search query, it's really hard to get a good result from that. And our AI tooling can help us even get better results for those longer queries, which we actually want our customers typing in, right? So let's look at, normally we're going to get a search results like this. And if we look at the architecture for that, it's pretty simple. We're going to have, a search component, like a React component. It's going to call into like an API endpoint here to do our search. And that's going to call into Algolia. So like super basic. In fact, Algolia might even have a drop-in component that you don't even need to create anything. It's just drop in some JavaScript. So search components are super basic. I couldn't find one. Now, let me know if you know of one. I couldn't find of a search component that automatically does, or like even a search vendor that even does that automated search summary at the top. But if you know one, throw that in the chat and let me know. Although I can't see the chat from where I am, but I'll look at it later. We want to do that search summary. So we're going to show you actually how to do that. What's the architecture for that? It's a little more complicated than what the other architecture is. First of all, we're going to use Agility here to basically configure the search. As a developer, the whole reason to use CMS here is so that we don't have to hard code everything. We could absolutely hard code everything that's going on in here, but then as a developer, every time the client that you built this for or anyone needs to make a change to it, then you've got to go change your code. And one of those major things is the system prompt, and that is going to completely change how this agent works. I'm calling this an agent, even though it's only like a one-shot agent. We're not going to have a chat with it yet. All right, so we have a little kind of like a chat component here, but that's just pulling down that summary. We're We're going to call into our AI search, which I've got here through the AI SDK. So we're using the Vercel AI SDK, which is free. It's going to call into our OpenAI or Azure AI. That is going to use what's called a search tool, which is going to do this. It's going to go search the website and come back and summarize that for us. And then in our component, we're actually also going to call our search as well. So we're going to see the summary at the top and then the list of searches at the bottom. And the only thing we're using agility for, I mean, agility is populating the search index that Algolia is using. We'll show you how to do that in a second too. But also it's going to give us things like, what's your system prompt? Is AI even enabled? Maybe we want to turn it off and turn it on, like without having to redeploy. And what is the, the temperature and the how many tokens are allowed, things like that. You could configure anything. And I just wanted to show how that can kind of power your search configuration. But as a developer, you're in charge of all this code. So I'm going to switch real quick and just show you that code. And then we're going to come back to this to show even a deeper architecture for like the second part of this, which is why I'm talking really fast. Okay. So jumping in, let's actually show in our web browser first. I'm going to show out Algolia. So I just have a regular Algolia index here. And if I ask it, this is the index that's created. If I ask it a long question, like I don't get anything, right? And I don't have a huge site. This is just a demo site. But if I just do a thing like the word, I don't know, galaxy, I'm going to get lots of stuff, okay? Like keywords. So these engines are really good at doing keyword searches, not so great by default for doing like long searches. But I can create this index for free using Algolia, and it's a great tool. So when you create your free Algolia account, you can set this up, choose the free account, and you can set up a free crawler. It doesn't let you crawl very often or very much, like 10,000, but it does 10,000 crawls per month. So that's pretty good. And then you can configure that after. So I'm not going to go through all of the steps, but once you have your website built, you can really easily add a search index to it. And if you just want to do basic search, that's cool too. You learned how to do that today if you didn't already know how to do it. There are tons of search tooling out there. There's ones that are specialized for different things. I'm not advertising for Algolia. It just happens to be free. And that's really great when you're learning stuff, okay? This is our demo site that we're working with. It is just a basic site that I created for proof of concepts to kind of give away. That code I will show at the end that's for this. It's a Git public Git repo. Show you how to do that, what's going on. But let's just demo real quick what this looks like so we can kind of know what we're trying to shoot to. I triggered the thing. You can do Command K. So we've got these three default. This is coming from the CMS as well. I'll show you how that is configured. But we can also type whatever we want. But it's just like, go ahead and try this and see how it works. So we have our AI summary that streams in, and it didn't find anything. So that's great. Thanks for the demo. Let's try a different one. Okay, here we go. So it gives us a summary here, and it streams it in, which is pretty nice. It's actually kind of a hard thing to do that the AI toolkit does for us. And then it shows us the related searches that it found. Doesn't look like it was a great search, but it shows you the idea, okay? So we're going to look at this locally in a second to see how all the code is kind of wired up. But first, I'll jump into, this is agility. And I'm going to look at the model that I set up here for this. So I want a bunch of general settings like, what is the input prompt? Are we going to even show this AI? We're going to have this full agent mode, which I'm going to show after this. So I'm going to try to keep, that's why I'm going so fast. What's our system prompt? What's the max tokens? Things like that. And what are our three default prompts? It's like 3 fields. So like pretty basic modeling here that sets us up so that a non-developer can then go and like do this. And they might not know how to do a system prompt, but if you give them an example one, they might know how to change it, or you can even just being able to change this without having to go into the code is really, really useful. And then have these kind of things. So I really, really recommend for anyone who's coding out there, especially if you're doing stuff for customers, for clients, use a CMS. There's lots of them out there with different licensing models and whatever. That is going to help you in your life kind of level up what you do. So like no sales pitch on CMS, except for the fact that it helps you as a developer. There's lots of them out there. Okay, cool. So we set up Algolia, we set up our search indexer, we set up our CMS to give us a bunch of like content that we can work with. Let's see how that is all tied together with the code. So I'm in my Next.js project here, and I'm not going to go through the whole thing. There's a lot of different components in there, but I'm going to zone in directly on what we talked about here. So we have our search route, the AI search route. I'm going to look at that first, and is using our AI SDK. So it's just a post request. So like we're in our API and an app router for Next.js here. We have in our API folder, we have a subfolder called AI, and then this is the AI search route that's here. Okay, so we'll set up a few things to start. First, I have like, I'm going to need all the environment variables that I need. So I just validate that. We set up, make sure we have all the environment variables we have for Algolia. That's just like, you should always do that. We have the messages that are coming in from the request. Okay, so these UI messages are set up as part of the AI toolkit that is, so like this is, so like the NPM package is literally called AI. That's here, okay? That is created by, I think, Vercel. It's an open source project though, so you can use it anywhere. We're gonna call get search config. This is from Agility, okay? So this is actually calling into the Agility SDK, and we have some default values in case like someone doesn't set something up, if it's not configured, and then we actually call, get content item, get content list to go grab that from Agility. So that would be like from whatever CMS or other backend. You could use a database if you want to do that. We are hard coding it with English right now, but you could also not hard code that if you wanted to, okay? And then we have, and so like this is how we say, hey, it's turned off potentially, right? We're also going to set up our search tool. So the way agents work is if you've all used any AI tool, when you type something in, that gives it context, right? And the system prompt is also part of that context. And so that's why the system prompt is so important. It's going to tell your particular agent how it's supposed to work. But then we can add more context to that by doing searches. So this is our search tool that the AI agent will call in the background when it decides it needs to. And part of our system prompt should say, call this every time. We really just want you to search. So when we create this search tool, again, this tool is part of the AI toolkit, this tool method that will give us this object that can be called. And essentially we give it a description of like what it does. We can say what the inputs are. So the inputs here are literally just our query and our limit, and it uses Zod to describe that. And this is the key because this is also part of the context. So this is going to tell the AI agent that you're hooking up how to interact with this tool that you've created. And the tools can be pretty much anything you want to do. And in this case, we're going to do an Algolia search. And I've console.log these out so we can actually see what it's doing in the background as we're testing this out, okay? So we've got our search parameters, and literally we're going to just use the Algolia SDK to do our search for us. And then we're going to loop through these. And I've done a little bit of like mishmashing of this content to kind of make it come out easier. I actually vibe coded this a little bit. So this was Claude that helped me kind of like get these in a little bit nicer format to return, and also did some substring on here so that we don't have a huge search result. And this is something you can kind of tweak as you go, but you don't want to return too much from your tool calls because you don't want to blow up your context. That's called the context window in your agent. And that is where you start to run into like agents not performing as well or hallucinating. When you return too much from a tool call, they start to get like bogged down with that. It uses a lot more tokens and it's expensive and it doesn't work as well. So we want to return fewer things. I think my limit here of stuff to return, I think it's 5. We're going to return the top 5 things to use. And AI is going to summarize that for us in our thing. Let's see how that works. So that's our tool that's all set up. We're going to get the system prompt, the temperature, and the max output tokens from our CMS. We're going to get our AI model, okay? And this is normally, in a lot of the examples, this is done like inline. But since I'm actually sharing this code between another agent that I'll show in a minute, I put this in its own spot, and it's good to have its own files for things. So I've got the ability, we're going to either use OpenAI itself, so like your chat GPT. So if you want to use this code and you have like a chat GPT key set up, then go ahead and that will work here. The other thing you can do is use Azure AI, which I use for work all the time. So I already had an account that was set up for that. So I have both of these. It also has tooling for other AI backends that you can hook into. I haven't experimented with any of those yet, but everyone's got their favorite AI tool. So this get AI model just does that. It's essentially just reading your config and initializing stuff there, okay? Now, this is where we get to the part that does all the work, this stream text. This is coming from that AI library as well. Okay, if I scroll around really fast and be annoying. All right. So this, by the way, streaming text from a route handler is actually really hard if you're going to do it yourself, especially in TypeScript. I find it easier in like C#, but this is taken care of for you. You don't have to go ahead and do that. All right. And let's just go through the setup for this. We've got our model and our system. So that's the model that we created here. So this is the backend that it's going to talk to, which is, I think, in the one I've set up here, I think it's GPT-4o mini from OpenAI through Azure. And the system prompt's coming from our CMS, so that's really important. Then these messages, this is the input from the user. Okay, and we're gonna, this convert to model messages is also part of the AI toolkit, but it's gonna take those messages in and then, which is this one message, essentially our search query. It's gonna decide how to call our tool. And I've got the tool choice set to auto. There's a bunch of different things you can do there. And I actually gave it 5 steps. It only needs to have 1 extra step. If you don't have this set up, it won't actually call your tool. So that's just, there's some gotchas in this API. But this is great because literally, like, not very many lines of code, like this is our agent. This is it. All we need to do. Now it's a one-shot agent. We don't have multiple messages coming into here. We're going to get to that in a minute. So let's just see how this works locally, okay? So I think I have a localhost window here. Yeah, go ahead. Let's just actually refresh this. And I'm on the blog page here, so I can kind of get a hint of what to search for. So let's bring this thing up here. And when we click on one of these guys here, so and this is nice to have by the way, anytime you're building an AI agent, I suggest having suggestions, because people are super lazy. And if you give them something to click on that, like, hey, that's your search, they'll just do it. So if you're building a site and you want to like make somebody search for something, you can absolutely set that up by doing those default queries. So this is what we got back. We actually didn't get any search results back. Let's see what it did from the tool call. So the actual search query, it didn't figure out a good search query, which is brutal. So that's not so great. Let's try one of the other ones. And I've noticed that different models are like somewhat better or worse than at building these queries out. And Only, of course, is not great. Let's build one ourselves. Actually, look at the content. Okay, let's ask about like info sweep, which this is, by the way, all AI generated content too. Tell me about, oops, I can't type. Info sweep. So here we go. So it actually gives us some search results. Looks like it gave us in English and French. Probably should have thought about that before I translated it. But then it gives us this nice summary up here, okay? So you can see here, the Algolia search query was just the word info sweep. So it generated a keyword query for me based on, when we set up this tool, okay, we set up our tool up there and gave it, a bunch of instructions. So as a developer, if I was going to go back and fix those other queries, I would go into my system prompt, but then I would also go into my tool prompt. So if I just back up here and find it where I created my tool right here, I would go into my tool prompt and maybe even have this come from my CMS as well, so that I could tweak that without having to redeploy my code. So we've got the tool call, the description, as well as the description of the query. And I've just like come up with some basic stuff here, but based on your content index, you could probably, fine tune these exactly for what you want. And by the way, AI is really great at building these for you and tweaking them. So I highly recommend, if you were going to like improve upon what I've done here, is to take these pieces of description, pull them out into your CMS, model those into, just like set up fields for them, and then literally pull them in for here. So in my tool call, I could have been passing that description for these two things in as parameters. And then, I already have my AI config here, which is coming from the CMS. Those are just new properties that I could pass into here. Okay, so you can kind of use that to just like grab your setup, your configuration from your CMS, and then pass it everywhere. What I don't recommend, do not put your keys in the CMS. I see that a lot. Keep your keys in your environment file. That is a thing. Like if you change your keys that you're using for AI backend tools or AI models, that is a thing that you probably want to have set up in your environment file and not in the CMS, because some other developer could use that and expose that somewhere in the front end. Okay, we don't want that to happen. Okay, so hopefully that clears up how the route works. That's the back end. Let's look at the front end now. And part of the thing with the front end is we have a component here, and you can see here we're passing into the properties of this component our default prompts. Where did they come from? There's a bunch of prop drilling that happens in here. Probably could have done it with a context to make it a little easier. So in this Next.js project, if you understand Next.js, we've got a layout file. I'm going to just search for this here. Give me 2 seconds. Layout.tsx, which is, I think, right here. At the top of this is a React server component. So it's calling this exact same, hey, get my search config that we did in our other route. Okay, so it's making a server to server call, not a client to server call, because this is a React server component. But the component, the search modal is a client component. So anything that I have in here, I have to be very careful about what I decide to pass in, because there might be some stuff in my CMS that I don't want to expose, like if I had keys in there, which you don't want to. But it's really important to understand that like anything that goes from a server component to a client component is going to be exposed into the source of that web page that you have, okay? So that's how that gets in there. There's a bunch of prop drilling. I can't remember where it is. Oh yeah, so we have this floating AI search thing, and then it's all subcomponents of that. I'm not going to go through all the React stuff, because if you want to, you can figure that out. Let's just dig into the actual AI part of this. And the biggest part of it is this use chat hook. That hook comes from the AI SDK, and they've got a bunch of React components. I haven't looked at the other frameworks. I'm more of a React developer myself, but you can do this in things like, I'm pretty sure they do Vue and Svelte, maybe. I'm not sure what other frameworks they use, probably Angular. Anyway, let's look at how I'm using this, because there's a couple interesting things that we're doing here. And if we look back here, we want to show our summary. So there's a component for that, but we also want to show these nice search results, right? The actual search results that are coming back, and you've got like, kind of look like a Google search result. Then you can tweak those yourself. So we're basically telling it to, hey, use the AI search backend that's here. Okay, so that's calling into our search component, and it's expecting a post, and it's going to post it these messages, okay, that it is coming through from right here, okay, from the request.json. So that we don't have a choice about how that's implemented and how that works, okay? But then we've got this cool thing on tool call. So it will tell us when the backend made a tool call, and we can actually grab the query here. So what we're doing is when it makes a tool call, we're going to make a second call just to call the search directly, because we just want to do the old school search below it. So this top part is like, that's the only thing that AI is doing. And the bottom part's coming directly from Algolia. So we're kind of hacking into this use chat to get it to tell us what it called when it called into our search tool, okay? And I know I only have one tool in here, so I didn't have to check, hey, what tool actually got called. But if you had multiple tools as part of your AI for whatever reason, then you'd probably want to do a little bit more logic into here, okay? So now we just need to, this is all being shown in the dialog, and we've got components that are set up for rendering all of this stuff. If we look at the search summary component, we're using this response component. And that response component is super important because, and you can see we're looping through these assistant messages. Okay, so those messages are getting passed into here. All the messages that came back from that use chat hook, we're saying we only want the ones that are assistant. So I just want the message that came back from the assistant is like the AI. And then what happens is this response handles like markdown, and it handles the streaming of this text changing, and it re-renders it nicely. So we don't have to do that. That component is coming from, I actually had to pull it in. It's using shadcn. I'm not actually sure how to pronounce shadcn, but that's a really cool component that essentially you install their, it's called Vercel elements or AI elements that they've done. And you can see it's using the stream down thing. So that great, like if I just do this again, hopefully you can see this actually streams in. As I said, that's not easy to do in a nice way. They figured that out for you. So if you're using React, this is an awesome way to do that, okay? So super cool, but what next? Like, okay, this, and that might be great for your use case, but what if we wanted to do more? What if we wanted a full agent experience, okay? And I hope I don't run out of time here, but I do want to show this. So I enabled in my CMS the idea to turn on full agent mode. And you can see here, I actually get another tab that shows up because I've got like a hide when on here. And in here, we're also gonna try and capture a contact on here. So this is great for lead generation on your site. And I've just said, hey, my post URL is like, I'm pretty sure this is just an Azure workflow or something like that. I can't remember what it is. It's a Zapier. You could use anything for that. Okay, so we've got that turned on. I'm actually gonna publish this and push it out. So we turned on full agent mode. I'm not going to change the system prompt. I did hard code my system prompt because I didn't have time to change it all. But again, we're going to use now, let's look at our architecture. It gets even a little more fun. So for full agent mode, we want to do something like this, right? Like you want to have, hey, well, I'm selling you some car insurance and it'll ask you some stuff or whatever. Like you can set all that up and it's actually not that hard. It's actually a little easier than what we did before in terms of the number of things involved. But there's the way we actually have the chat UI is a little more complex. Okay, so we've got a more complex chat component, and we've got an extra tool in a new AI chat backend. So let's actually go in. I don't know if I have any more on this. Oh, just the I will leave this up. I'll put this up at the end. Okay, so let's look at those extra things there. So I'm going to close a few of these guys, and we'll look at this route. So this route is underneath. So we have API/AI/agent-route. So this is more of a full-featured agent now. Okay, similar kind of stuff. We're going to validate our environments. We're going to get the messages from the back end, or from the front end, I should say. We're going to set up our search tooling. That's all good. We're going to get everything from the CMS. Set the search tooling. We're also going to set up a contact capture tool, which I don't know if I'll have time to go into that, but that's very similar. I will go into it. Very similar. It's just basically going to give us like some messaging and some stuff that we output here. Okay. We've got our system prompt, which I said I did hard code this. Sorry, because it is a lot different, a different system prompt when we were going full agent mode. But we're using the same stream text call from the AI toolkit. We got our model. Again, here's our system prompt. And then we have an extra tool now. So we've got our contact capture tool, and that's it. That's all we got to do. And so it's like very similar backend. Okay. Now on the front end, there's a little bit more going on. We have our use chat, which is similar because we don't have to hook into the tool calls, but where we're showing our messages now, we're actually sending these messages, if I can find it, into, so we have like, again, those Vercel elements give you a whole bunch of stuff. Like, so I literally just went to their, it's on the AI agent toolkit that they've got there. I literally just copy and pasted one of their examples and then modified it for how I wanted it to look. So let's actually see how this looks locally. Still on localhost here. So if I refresh this, it should now, since I turned on full agent mode, which will literally just have like, if full agent mode, then show this other, like this AI chat component instead of the other one. So here we go, a slightly different thing. Now we've got more of a conversation window and of course we've got some more, our default prompts are always nice. So how can I make more money from AI? You can see we're streaming in all this stuff, and it's just because our system prompt is slightly different, we get some different stuff. I don't think this actually did a search for us, but let's actually see the search. Oh, we did get two. Oh no, we didn't. It didn't do a search. So it decided we got auto on our search on our tool decision. So it decides when it wants to do anything. Okay. So let's do the tell me about info sweep, which is like one of the made up words that was in there. And now it should do a search result. And you can see here, we're using what's called generative UI, which is a fancy term for saying when we get a tool call, when it finds a tool call, it's going to output that differently. So you can see here, if it's just a text, then we're going to just do that regular response, which we saw right here. This is just text. But when we get a search result from the tool, we now are going to actually output those search results directly in our chat, which is wild. So that's why we get this great UI that's here, okay? And now let's do one more thing. Let's just force it. It's like, I want to talk to sales, which no one ever says, but talk to, well, just someone. People type that a lot into agents, by the way. I want to talk to a human. And here you go. So now we're going to actually output our components. So you can see down below, if we call tool contact capture, we're going to actually, it's got a bunch of like states in here. I also vibe coded this, by the way. So most of your coding agents are actually really good at coding this stuff up. But you can see here, if we actually get that post URL that comes back, it tells us where to post it, which I don't love, but probably don't want to expose that, but it's okay. We don't care for this demo. We're going to actually run, this is just this, it's just a React component to like do this. And, these are pretty good. Let's do that, let's do that actual email.com, blah, blah, blah. Like this actually works. So you can actually put full UI components inside your agent. And that's why I think this is the new front end, because people expect this now on a lot of places, and you could almost replace your entire website, because a lot of websites are just meant to capture contact info. They're meant to convert users. Well, there's no better way to convert users than if you have this kind of agent that does it. And it's so much more capable than a lot of even the tools that you buy out there. So like there's a lot of good agents, and I worked with a lot of those, but you can code up something that's really, really good just by doing this yourself. So hopefully you learned a lot. I think I'm actually kind of on time. I'm not sure. I totally lost track of time there, which is happens all the time when I'm coding. But that pretty much takes us through everything I wanted to show. I'm going to put this on the screen. If you want to look at this code, it's here. I'm not sure if I have a way of sharing this link outside of this. I don't know if these slides will get shared. This is being recorded. But essentially, if you go to like github.com/agility, it is one of the public repos that's up there. If you look there, so this is the demo site that I do as for a lot of folks. There's a ton of code in here. If you want to see this with agility, like if you want to run this full site locally, just give me a shout and I will set it up for you. Happy to do that. We have free trials of agility. Happy to show you like how all that works in a full demo, because I think it's really important for developers to kind of understand how to really build their careers, not only with CMS, but now with AI and building agents that run on top of those websites. I really believe that's the future. So right on. Hopefully you guys enjoyed what you saw. And I hope there's some questions.
Joel, that was amazing. Yeah, if you all have questions, drop them in the chat. I did see we just had someone dropped a link in there. So folks in the chat now have a link to that repo.
Oh, cool.
Which is great.
Right on.
Okay, Joel, so that, first of all, I love that pattern at the end of like when you recognize a particular tool call that you can then, you can funnel people to the right place. I've been playing around with that quite a bit at Netlify. But what I wanted to start with was, you started with kind of that classic search pattern and evolved into an agent mode in a really kind of a fluid way. Do you have a recommendation on when someone uses that classic search versus the more interactive chat? Do you feel like everything is going toward the direction of chat? What do you recommend there?
I've been doing so much thinking about AI and how do you get people to trust something, whether that's good or bad, no matter how you feel about it. But it's called cognitive offload, where people decide that, you know what, I do trust this thing. And I think the Google search summary is the perfect kind of gateway to that for AI. So I would say, I think people are ready for it because it's on so many Google responses. So I would recommend, if you're implementing site search, either find a tool that does that automatically or build something like this yourself. It's worth it. It's not going to cost that much in token costs because it's just a one-shot deal. And you could cache the responses of that, just like we cache search results and things like that. I didn't put that in this demo, but I think it's almost essential. People are expecting this now. I don't know if they're expecting a full-featured agent yet. I think that's like a little bit future thinking, but I think it's possible. You can do it. It's not easy to get it to be like production ready. It takes a lot of time and kind of care, but the search summary is pretty easy. And if you have a full website, like it works really, really well kind of out of the box, even with the cheaper models. So I highly recommend doing it.
Yeah. Have you played around with the caching at all? I haven't gotten that far yet.
Caching in Next.js is not the easiest to do. So I wouldn't use the Next.js caching. I would use like a Redis cache or something like that. Or like, for instance, like our site's deployed on Netlify. Netlify has a blob storage that you can use. That's perfect for caching stuff like this. Now the difference is when when the response is cached, you're not streaming it out, or you could stream it. I'm not even sure exactly how to do that. Like that's a bit of a pain, but you just have the cache response and you just like send it straight out. So it is a slightly different potential response. So there's little tricks there, but that means that if you, for instance, for that same query, if someone types in the same thing, you don't have to call into your AI agent again.
Yeah, that's a good point about the streaming, because you probably would have to vectorize it in some way to do that. Yeah, really interesting. Yeah. Okay, we've got a question coming in from Michael. Michael asks, is the agent in full mode doing the UI or is the front end doing the UI based on the agent response?
Yeah, great question. So when you have those tool calls in your agent, what that tool call allows you to do is to have like JSON, literally a JSON object that's in part of that response. So as opposed to just, so you can have text responses to a portion of your agent response, but then when you have a tool call, it can return like literally raw JSON. And then your front end is responsible for generating the UI for that JSON. So we call it generative UI. You could use agents to like, generate the UI at runtime, which I've never seen, but like, no, you have to have a React component or some way of handling that tool call's response. And what's great is that you know the schema of its data. because there's the response of it is determined by like literally what you return from that tool called method. And in this case, like for the contact us, we returned like the prompt at the top. It says, hey, you know, what we think is going to help convert that user, as well as the post URL, which probably we shouldn't have returned the post URL there. Probably should have been done like as part of a server component or something in there. But those components are client components only, even in a Next.js project. They're not server components. As far as I know, there's no way to do the server component from that. It would be cool to stream the whole UI out of the agent, but that's not how this example is working yet.
Interesting. Okay. And then earlier in the presentation, you showed that the AI SDK can wrap different model providers.
Yes.
Have you, and you said you've had or alluded to having different experiences with different providers. Can you maybe share a little bit more detail there and what you found, at least within the context of search, some that work particularly well or where you've struggled?
The two providers I've used, so I've used the OpenAI's sort of like I have a ChatGPT Pro license, and it allows you to get an OpenAI key. So I've worked with that. That is limited to a few different models. I've worked with GPT, so I worked with GPT-5, and it's like GPT-5 and GPT-4 and their variants. 5 is actually not as great for this because it's considered a thinking model. So I'm hoping that the tooling gets better at working with it. But like there's thinking models and like doing models. The doing models tend to be better for this kind of stuff, to making tool calls and whatnot. Now, I would love to learn more about how to build agents that have like a thinking portion of what they're doing, and then they do stuff so they to be better for the ChatGPT models. I think that expectation of what an AI agent can do is going up and up as people use like better tools. Our expectations of them being smarter are really good. So I find that it's not the provider as much that makes as much difference. It's the model itself. So like GPT-5 served up from like Azure AI versus ChatGPT's backend is probably going to work pretty much the same in my experience, but changing things like the temperature and the token, like the max tokens and things like that is a big deal. By the way, if your max tokens are set too low, you will be so frustrated because it will just stop. Because it'll reach the max output tokens as it's generating its stuff. Or if your context gets too big, it's maxing out on the tokens as part of the input, and then you just get nothing. And it's really hard as a developer. It's like nothing streamed back, and your users are like or a demo that you're doing for a customer, which happened to me, and I'm like, this is embarrassing. Okay, I promise you that it doesn't always do that, but again, models are a little bit unpredictable as well, so that's tough because the same input can give you a different output. That technology is called evals, which is starting to become more of a thing. And I noticed that ChatGPT's like their tooling has like an evals playground kind of a thing, which I haven't used very much. That is one of the next frontiers in agent development is working with evals to try and get system prompts and filtering input prompts from users so that they are more predictable. Yeah, tough. That's tough when you get differences there.
Yeah, that's super interesting. There's so much nuance and knobs you got to twist and turn to get it just right.
Yeah.
Okay, one last question, because you're spending most of your time in the content management world, and I know there's been a lot of talk of, well, with all of this, I mean, essentially features like what you've showed here, is that the death of the CMS, or is there what is the future of the CMS? And really curious to hear your take on that.
Yeah. So to me, agents are the new front end. And every front end needs a back end, and CMS is like, at the very least, it's like a repo for all of the settings and the content that drives that. Content is still driving what is in your agents. In fact, text-based content is more important than ever before. And it's one of the things that tends to happen is with the new technologies, we tend to hard code a lot of stuff in our code, and then eventually it's like, oh, that system prompt should not be in there. Should it be a markdown file in my Git? Probably not there either. So just having your system prompt in the CMS is huge. Again, it could just be in your database, but like your database doesn't have all the workflow stuff that a CMS has. So we still see like the biggest competitor to headless CMS out there is the developer who says, I can build my own CMS. And by all means, go ahead and do that. I did that. That was my career. I built a CMS, and 20 years later, I'm still working on it. I don't think it's going anywhere. I do think like we have an MCP server for agility. That is like like hosted CMS, I think is going to kill, or like the needs that people need from that are going to make it really hard to justify self-hosting a CMS, because it is really hard to self-host a CMS. And then adding all the AI tooling and all that other stuff was probably going to be an upgrade. Also really hard with self-hosted stuff. Whereas like with a headless CMS that's SaaS, hey, we've a MCP. Here's the URL. You go call it. Just like Figma came out with theirs. You know, Figma's this hosted service. Hey, new MCP server. Go ahead. You don't have to upgrade. You just get it. So providing that and those kind of AI type features that people are asking for now, you just get it out of the box and it's great and happens fast. So I think it's sticking around for a while. I've kind of staked my career on it, but I can't wait to see what the future holds, because the AI is changing it for everybody.
100%. Yeah, that's a super interesting perspective and makes a lot of sense to me. And yeah, CMS has been a lot of my career, so I want to definitely see it stick around. Joel, thank you so much for your time and for the conversation.
Yeah, appreciate you, man. Take care.
All right, folks, we've got about 9 minutes. So we're going to take a quick break and get our next presenter set up, and then we will see you back here. Welcome back, everyone. This is our last presentation today before we take an extended 30-minute break and then come back for the second half of the day. And we have our first swag pick winner. We can do a little drum roll. And that is YouTube user Peter Slempers. Congratulations, Peter. To claim your prize, reach out to info@fitc.ca and we'll get everything worked out behind the scenes. I also want to let you all know about another upcoming event that you might be interested in and that I'm particularly excited about. It's called Web Unleashed, and it comes to you also from the folks at FITC. It's a 3-day virtual conference on all things across the entire front end. It's a place where you can learn about the latest tools, techniques, technologies, all around front end web development. And we've already got a massive or a very, very great lineup set, including some folks like Harry Roberts, Shruti Kapoor, and Jason Pimentel. You can find out more about this event by going to fitc.ca/WEBU25. All right, let's get into our next talk. Next up, we've got Kian. Kian comes to us from one of our sponsors today, Cloudflare, where he's a documentation platform engineer. He's here to talk to us about creating custom agents with headless CMS content. Everyone, please welcome Kian to the stage.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Kian. I'm a documentation platform engineer at Cloudflare. We're going to be going over something that we call vendor markdown, which is our way of making sure that kind of all of our content is consumable, obviously for humans who we write it for first and foremost, but also that all of our nice little interactive experiences, our tabs and everything like that, our code blocks, make sense in plain text markdown for LMs as well. And so we'll go over kind of the 3 kind of distinct types of users that we're kind of aiming to have our content work for. We have humans, everyone watching this. When you visit our documentation, what you see, you see our color scheme, our gray, our orange, our blue. You see all of our components. You see our tabs where you can click between them. Maybe it's instructions for the dashboard versus the API versus Terraform. We have external bots. And, everyone will know things like Googlebot, Bing, where this is how we get onto Google. This is how we get into search engines. And so we need it to be accessible to them. We don't want to block them. We want them to be able to pick up the, kind of meaning of the content in the HTML so that if you search for Cloudflare docs, how do I do this? Google has a rough idea of, which pages contain that content and it can, rank it. So, and obviously internal bots is kind of our third sort of niche. This is sort of internal customer use cases where they want to consume our content. And so there's sort of 3 distinct groupings, I suppose. The Cloudflare dashboard, obviously, kind of our single pane of glass for if you need to configure anything, here's where you go. They want to pull in our markdown and display it in line. Obviously, it's great if you have documentation. It's better if users don't have to, stop what they're doing, go find the documentation, dig it out, and then, keep swapping tabs. In this case, they pull in some of our markdown content that we're offering and display it in line. And so obviously the benefit here is that they don't have to write their own. And it'll get, they'll drift away. There'll be a typo in both hours, but we only fix it in ours. And, it just stays in sync quite nicely if they can pull from ours as a source of truth. We have a business intelligence team. And for them, they have lots of projects around, big data workloads. And part of it is a content warehouse. And so what is all of Cloudflare's content? Our documentation, our API site, our learning center, ingesting all of that in a single place, with kind of a nice sort of structured format is super useful for all projects. And so we want to make sure that they can grab our content quickly, seamlessly. They don't have to do a lot of, custom business logic for us. It should just work. So we have customer support on a similar sort of angle where, we're looking into AI-powered chat solutions. So, if you're a customer, you want to make a ticket, we want to see if we can, based off what you're telling us and based on the information in our documentation, can we help you without you having to, create a ticket and kind of wait for a human to be able to assist you? And so here lies the problem. The developer documentation is a very big project. We have about 6,680 markdown files, which result in 5,617 pages of content. So that's 5,600 plus unique HTML pages with their own paths that are in our sitemap. Within these, we have about 124 Astra components. These are sometimes interactive, but typically not. And obviously we have the React components where we've done these because it needs to be filterable. It needs to be searchable. And so we have a lot of components, and we also have a lot of usages of those. We have one component called render, which is for including reusable markdown snippets. That one is used probably 2,000, 3,000 times in our documentation. And so therein lies one of our problems with the raw content that we're writing. So when we're writing MDX, obviously that turns into HTML. And you can see on the left here, our tabs component. It's written with accessibility in mind by the Astra team. We use Starlight, which is a kind of off-the-shelf documentation theme by them. And, you have the role attributes, you have the ARIA attributes. It's accessible, screen readers can use it. And so it makes sense, not only to the human who might be pressing on a tab, but for the browser to understand it as well. The issue is that there is no plain text representation of an interactive experience. The whole point of plain text is that you can't really click on anything here. And so on the right, you can see this is what you would get if you took this Starlight Tabs custom element HTML and ran it through something like Turndown or Node HTML Markdown. There's lots of battle-tested Markdown to HTML converters, but typically you do have to do some legwork when you're doing these custom elements and, kind of custom CSS and JS. And so you can see here, we get an unordered list with tab panel 6 and tab panel 7 as the link targets. These are usually intercepted by JavaScript. We prevent the default event and we show the tab. Not very useful here. There's not really any kind of linking between the two. If my one content wasn't literally one content, you'd have nothing linking it to that first option. And so obviously custom elements is the main part there. So you see Starlight tabs, you see Astra-breadcrumbs, you see Starlight-image-zoom. These are all custom elements. And so they have no meaning to off-the-shelf kind of libraries. They know what a div is, they know what a h1 to h6 is, they don't know what these are. And so we have to write our own custom rules to kind of inform it. Hey, here's a structure of it, here's what it means. In some cases, we just remove them. Like, obviously, there's no plain text representation of an image. So Starlight Image Zoom is a cool little plugin by the Starlight maintainers. So any image you can click on and it'll zoom it to full screen and show you a caption. Not useful for Markdown, so we just removed that one. The other issue that you kind of can run into HTML, which we'll touch on a little bit later, is just that it's a lot of tokens. Kind of the opening and closing tags are great for programmatic parsing in like an XML library, for example. Not so great when you're trying to, save on costs with LLMs. The one below you can see here is an example of the MDX how we're writing. So you can see the render component and the package managers component. Render here is our kind of transclusion. It is our blocks of Markdown that we reuse in several places. What you see on the page will be nicely rendered, but obviously what you see in the Markdown, it's missing the content. If an LLM or if Googlebot saw render file equals prereqs, it means nothing. They don't have the context to know where that file is, where to look for it. And so what we've done is we're already in the unified JS ecosystem. If you don't know what it is, unified is a abstract syntax tree sort of library set for Markdown and HTML. And so you see here, obviously, we have an element that has a tag name property, a properties property, a children property. It just takes that HTML and Markdown that we're used to and turns it into just a nice structured sort of definition, effectively, that we can transform in JavaScript, and then we can restringify that into our Markdown. And so in our case, our pipeline, effectively, is that we write MDX, we have Astra render that into HTML. With the resulting HTML, we run that through our rehype plugin, and then we run that through a remark stringifier. And so effectively, we clean up the HTML and then take our cleaned HTML and turn that into Markdown. And so you can see in the top image here where we have Starlight tabs, a Markdown library doesn't know how to stringify an element called Starlight tabs because it means nothing. We turn it into a normal unordered list in this case. And so we have probably 4 or 5 in here that we handle specially. and there is also an allow list in here. So, we don't include scripts, we don't include images, stuff like that. And obviously, one of the biggest benefits of doing this in kind of, kind of AI world effectively is input tokens. Obviously, if you're not running it locally with something like Olama, you're paying for input and output tokens. And so with our Cloudflare Workers Get Started guide, it's not super long, but let's say there's, I don't know, probably 12 to 15 paragraphs in there. There's some code blocks in there. It is, kind of you're a new user. It takes you all the way towards the end of having a deployed application that you can visit. If you just took the HTML just out of the page and put that into, let's say, OpenAI's tokenizer, you would get about 15,200 tokens. That in itself isn't like an absolutely great number. But when you look at kind of vendor markdown, which is our name for this kind of MDX to HTML to markdown solution, it reduces it by 7 times. Obviously, this is for a given page. When you think about how, we have like 5,600 pages, that adds up quite quickly. If your goal is, hey, I want to feed pretty much all of the documentation that Cloudflare has into your, kind of LLM or RAG chatbot of choice and have it trained on it. When you're doing retrieval augmented generation, you have a chunk size, you can now fit more content in per chunk. And so it kind of works out great in pretty much everywhere. There's not really a downside to doing this. Obviously, it is optional. You do, the way that we surface it, at least, is in the top right of every page. You will see a copy page as markdown. So this is, let's say you're on our Get Started guide, but you're using something like Cursor, Windsurf, Claude Code. You just want to paste it in. You can copy that page as markdown, paste it into your AI tool of choice, and there it is. Obviously, if you page as markdown, that will take you to the exact same URL with index.md added to the end of it. So every single page we have, all 5,600 of them, will have an index.md page at the end. And you can see here on the left, this is kind of an example of how we display it. And you'll see where you see the unordered list with the asterisk, and it says npm, pnpm, and yarn. That is actually, you see that package manager's component in the bottom image here, it is that. And so where we're kind of relying on these components to validate, okay, we support npm, pnpm, and these different, package managers in the JS ecosystem. It's great for reducing our tech writers' burden. It's a lot more productive for them if they don't have to, remember all of these and keep copy pasting it. And so it helps our humans write for humans. And then we can turn it almost for free into a nicely machine digestible solution. A lot of the goal for us was that we don't want it to be more of a burden on our technical writers. It shouldn't be more difficult for a technical writer. It shouldn't be more difficult for us as an engineering team to support, these kind of machine readable ones. And so the way that we've done it here is that we only write the component once. We write it for a human. We make it look nice in the browser. We make sure it follows semantic HTML, make sure it's accessible. All of those, kind of key stars to aim for. And then this kind of vendor markdown solution that we wrote with our plugin is free, effectively, for us. This isn't like something that adds time into our build process. It's not something that we have to fix quite regularly. We do have some tests in our CI to make sure that this works. Those haven't broken since we added them. We have checked that they work. It's always been suspicious that they haven't broken, but they do indeed still work. On the right, you can see this is our past 30 days of traffic for those paths. And whenever there are these sort of proposals, like everyone has likely seen LLMs.txt, there's LLMs full.txt. There's also proposals which in theory sound great, but are they being adopted? Is ChatGPT actually going to train on these, or is it just going to fetch my browser, fetch my page with Puppeteer and read it as if it was, a normal human? They are gaining quite a bit of adoption. In this case, on this graph, Claude is the second highest user agent that we see for these paths generically. And so we are seeing some increased adoption of this. Index.md, the kind of function that we've chosen, isn't necessarily a standard. And so we do have a link rel alternative in our HTML as a meta tag, just to say, if you would prefer a markdown variation, go to here. And we're not alone. There are kind of other folks who have who are authoring in MDX and want to create a markdown version of it. Josh Larson, an engineer on the Shopify side who works on their documentation architecture, has done something pretty similar where you can just add .text to the end of any of their URLs and you will get, in effect, the vendor markdown experience. One thing that they're doing, which I forgot to mention that we also do, is the making sure that links are absolute rather than relative. And so you'll see there, every link has https shopify.dev. We do the same with https developers.cloudflare.com just to make sure that the links, work. Because if it's a markdown file, you don't really have the context of where you are. But as you can see in the image on the right, it's all open source. Everything that we do in Cloudflare Docs is open source on GitHub in Cloudflare/Cloudflare-Docs. All of our content, all of those markdown pages that I mentioned, all of those components, how we render all this into markdown, how our CI works with Astra, it's all completely open source. If you spot something on our docs that you'd like to do, go take a look at how we do it, go copy it and add it into your own site. We have also started a how we docs section of our style guide, where it talks about kind of our AI consumability, a lot about what I've just spoken about here. And so, we've been open source since the beginning, but we're still making good headway on our sharing our patterns, sharing, here's why we do this. Obviously, you can see the code that we do it. We're also trying to share why we do it, what lessons we've learned from it, and kind of give back to the open source community who have given so much to us. We have folks who they see some things wrong in the docs. Maybe it's a typo, maybe it's a wrong command. They come and make a PR to us, and kind of our way of giving back is, we don't want to just take. We want to make sure we're benefiting open source as well. And that is everything from me on vendor markdown.
Fantastic. Thanks, Kian. All right, folks, if you have any questions for Kian, drop them in the chat. Now, Kian, this is really cool, and we're doing something really similar at Netlify, and also built the docs on top of Starlight. And what I'm curious to learn more about is the process that you went through in terms of considering buying a tool or plugging a tool in that might give you the same effect versus building it on your own. You mentioned performance and fewer tokens. Is that kind of like, was that the main deciding factor, or were there other points of consideration?
I think for us, part of the technology choice of using rehype and remark is that obviously when you're using Astra, you're already in that kind of rehype and remark ecosystem. You just open astra.config.ts. There's a markdown, rehype plugins, and remark plugins array. And so we were already writing plugins to transform our HTML. And so the natural kind of progression of that was sticking with rehype to kind of create our filters here. In terms of why we didn't use something like Turndown or something like Node.html Markdown, which obviously off the shelf, don't understand some of our components, but it's not like rehype does either. We still have to write our own rules. And in this case, we still have to write these conditions here to say, when you hit this unknown component, here's how you should transform it. You can do that in Turndown with their rules API. But for us, since Astra is already all in on rehype and remark, we just kind of extended our usage there. We'd already written a few of our plugins in there. We'd already been pretty used to how kind of rehype and remark are structured. And so for us, it was just kind of the most productive for our team. But yeah, if you're already using Turndown and stuff, you can port 99% of this to their rules API, and it'll be pretty similar.
That makes sense. So there's a component to it that is definitely control based, that you've got your own custom components that you'll probably ship alongside Starlight's components, and how those translate into Markdown or the text that an LLM is going to consume. You felt like if you take this approach, you get a little bit more control over that.
Yeah, with our components, as I could say in the Astra file, for example, we only write the HTML for a human. We don't write like a second representation for LLMs. We don't export like a markdown version of it. We do try and write our components exclusively for okay, run Astro Dev, open the browser. How does it look? Does it look good? Awesome. And then, we do any fault work if we need to. Ideally, there's not much in this rehide plugin. Like, you see the quite in-depth handling of Starlight tabs. That's probably the biggest one, just because, it is that interactive experience, which doesn't exist in plain text in the first place because it's interactive, but also because it's a custom element. It's not HTML5 element. It's not a div. It's not a pre. It is Starlight tabs, which is custom, and so that is probably one of 4 or 5 elements that we have to handle specifically. Everything else, assuming that we're sticking with good semantic HTML, translates over pretty good by Remark. Remark have a library called Remark Stringify, which is basically with this Remark AST, turn it into markdown text. Obviously, it knows how to handle code. It knows how to handle a list. And so we get almost everything for free. And we have this little escape hatch for our custom elements.
Very cool. Okay. And you know what? I was just thinking, I think at this conference last year, I had a similar question that I also wanted to ask you, which was, I think a lot of these tools like Starlight that are just so easy to use out of the box and so quick to just stand up for really small sites, that it can be hard to see that they can scale to support enterprise level sites, sites with you have thousands of pages that you're managing. So can you share a little bit about this, what you've learned, or where you feel like Starlight has done particularly well, or where you've had challenges as you scaled up to thousands of pages?
Starlight has a really good system for it called overrides. And so obviously Starlight has its own components that come with everything. The header is a component, the footer is a component, the sidebar is a component. All of those, building blocks of a documentation site are components. And you can override them in a very nice way. It's built into it in Astro config. You just say, hey, for sidebar, render my sidebar component, which on the face value sounds like, okay, I have to write the entire sidebar myself now. Mm-hmm. You don't have to do that. You can just import their default component and you can add a wrapper around it. You can add some CSS to it. You can do quite a lot. When we first moved to Starlight, when we did a migration in August last year, we did have 1 or 2 patches with patch package for some kind of edge case things. But part of the benefit of Starlight is not just the design of overrides, which make it super easy. The Starlight and the Astro team are just super nice to work with. And so all of our patches, we made an issue for it. They made a PR, they merged it. We removed them within the space of a month or 2, to be honest. Obviously, they've made some good strides in that aspect too, where the model used to be, let's say, for the table of contents on the right. You would override the table of contents and you would modify the props. One of them is literally called table of contents in there. And so your override would literally only exist to modify props. You wouldn't actually be rendering any different HTML there. And that pattern worked, but it could feel a little clunky at times. Without any input from us, we were happy with it. They did something called root data middleware. And so you can just write a TypeScript Astro middleware and transform all of those yourself. And so you don't actually have to override many things anymore. If you do want to write your own HTML, sure, go for overrides. But for most use cases, like, okay, add a prefix into the title. So instead of it being overview, you want it to be Cloudflare docs/overview. You can do that in root data. It's quite easy to do the sort of, hey, add this into the sidebar, hide this in the sidebar. You can say, hey, this page in the sidebar, it was last updated in the past week, so add a recently updated badge to it. All of those things where you want to, write your own sort of business logic effectively is just some TypeScript code in the middleware. And so obviously they do have a lot of plugins, but their escape hatches are very, very clean. There's no rough edges around them. It's not like a foot gun by any means. As soon as you need to reach for overrides or root data, it all has types, it's all documented, it all has examples. It's a very nice thing to use where when you're starting to patch things and you have to update your patch every version, it feels fragile. Overrides, obviously Starlight's still in, pre 1.0, and so they do, have breaking changes here and there. But other than those changes where they've, redesigned something, we don't touch our overrides. We just update Starlight, give it a quick spot check that it still builds and the preview looks good. But we have total confidence in their team and their overrides to just keep working.
Yeah, I love that. And my team has had a very similar experience, like all positive for sure. All right, the last question I have for you is, I think it's very cool that your entire documentation site is public. And I, know folks really like to put that content out there in an open source way, but there are challenges, particularly with docs and other product related code, where you might not want to give away content that is upcoming or features that are going to get released. So maybe can you talk just a little bit about some of the experience of and how you work with an open source repo in an effective way for Cloudflare?
Yeah, it obviously does have some considerations where a pattern that we've tried to adopt recently is generating documentation from other sources of truth. If you have an API for your product, like let's say Wex AI, they have an API that lists all of their models, what the schemas are. And so rather than having to handwrite, probably close to 50, 60 pages now of pretty verbose documentation about everything it supports, they give us an API, we save it as JSON and we render it out. Obviously, that does come with the caveat that if we're an open source repo, the data you're giving us has to be okay that anybody can see it. We don't have password protected sections of our site. Everything is open source in GitHub. There isn't like we don't merge it with a private repo that we have. If you see something on developers.cloudflare.com, it's going to be in the Cloudflare docs repo somewhere. It may be loaded from an API where, we do have some components like GitHub code where we pull from other Cloudflare repositories. If you want to, have your work as example in your project so you can test it, sure, we can pull it in. You don't need to duplicate it. But yeah, obviously, currently it's quite a birthday week for us, one of our innovation weeks. And, we don't want docs to go live too early. We don't want to ruin the surprise. We want the blog and the docs to go out about roughly the same time. Luckily for us, since, we are an astrostatic site, we're a large one, but we are just an astrostatic site. Our CI tends to run to completion from merge to docs being live in about 12 to 15 minutes currently. And so for most launches, it's happy just enough that you can work from a fork, you can work from a local branch, and then just push it up at the last minute when you're happy for it. If it is a large piece of work, go for forks, go for private ones where, our technical writing team can still review the content. But generally, because our CI is so quick and also we do deploy with each merge, we don't buffer it up and say, okay, we'll do a weekly release of everything on Tuesday. As soon as you merge it, it'll be live within 15 minutes. It's just something that runs on every production commit. And so, yeah, it does come up obviously during these innovation weeks where we want to kind of keep the announcement aligned with the blog, aligned with a change log in dev docs. It tends to just be push it up and merge it around about when you want it to go live. But yeah, we're trying to go a lot for if it is something that you have to update quite regularly based on something else. Like let's say Wrangler, for example, is our CLI. Having to maintain the commands page was probably 1,500 lines of pretty verbose MDX. And it was just basically transplanting the documentation of Wrangler. So, you run npx Wrangler -help. You're basically just kind of translating that into MDX. Now, obviously, the Wrangler team have given us an API where we can just effectively import their command structure, all their namespaces, all their help text, and we generate that now. And so, obviously, that, if it pulls from an API, is updated, let's say 30 to 35 times a day, is probably how often we merge into the production branch on a day. So if it's from an API, there'll be a source of truth. No one can typo it. It gets updated several times a day. And so, that is probably what we push folks towards if they can, where, we don't want folks to have to come in weekly and say, okay, it's Tuesday, go copy this, go make a PR, ask someone to review it. If we can automate and get rid of that toil, great. If not, the merge and CI should be pretty quick.
Love that. Yes, that's wonderful. Well, Kian, thank you very much for the talk and for your time today.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
All right, and happy birthday to Cloudflare this week. All right, now we're going to take a 30-minute break. So go ahead and stretch your legs, grab some food, and in the meantime, we're going to get our Ignite session set up. So we'll see you back here in exactly 30 minutes at 1:45 p.m. Eastern Time. And at that time, Brian Rinaldi is going to take over for me for the second half of the day. So that's it for me. I had a great time hosting you for the first half of CodeWord 2025. Enjoy the break, y'all. I'll see you next time.
If you're a developer, you should build with Cloudflare, because if you have users all over the world, what you probably do, we give you the fastest way to create great experiences for them. Because your code will be running in a location near them, it's fast to build, and you don't have to worry about deploying your code to a bunch of different regions. We just deploy to region Earth.
It's your time to party, and get down like before. It's your time to party, and get down like before.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for rejoining us for the second half of Code Word. My name is Brian Rinaldi, and I'm going to take over for Sean C. Davis. He did a great job this morning. Loved the talks. I don't know if you saw me active in the chat because all of them were like top notch. I think we've got some great talks coming up as well. For those of you who don't know me, I lead developer relations over at a company called LocalStack, but I've also been running these events through CFE for 9+ years now, if you can believe it. So I'm very, very excited because I get to start today. I usually host the morning, but now I'm hosting the afternoon, and I get to host one of my favorite parts of these events, which is the lightning talks. These are always like really great talks, very condensed, but excellent. Just keeping in mind they're all pre-recorded, so the speakers won't be doing Q&A. We're just gonna run through each of these sessions, and you can post questions in the chat. Sometimes the speakers are here and they'll answer them there. So now I'm going to introduce our first speaker, which is Abbey Perini. Abbey is many things: a Metro Atlanta native, a person of many hobbies, and a full stack web developer. She's passionate about accessibility, and she's happiest problem solving in the front end, back end, and all the APIs and microservices in between. She loves blogging and speaking about fun and useful things about programming, especially if it helps other developers. Please welcome Abbey Perini.
Hey, I'm Abby, and let's talk about why I think web development strictly equals accessibility. This isn't your typical why does accessibility matter talk. I know you've probably seen at least one, because any conference that picks up an accessibility talk probably picks up a why does accessibility matter talk. And it wasn't long before I noticed that accessibility advocates were burnt out from screaming that accessibility is a right, not a privilege. And I took a different approach by saying you're technically incorrect if you're building websites without thinking about accessibility. I want to be really clear. You should care about who your website is excluding. But even if you don't, you're not building for the web if you're not building with accessibility in mind. Accessibility is the core philosophy of the web. And by that I mean the core philosophy of the web is give the maximum number of people access to content on your website. When we think of the good old days of the web, we fondly reminisce about how anyone could host some content and we could all go find it in its hideous glory. And we complained about the barriers to that content. Internet speeds loading pictures 1 pixel at a time. Somebody in the house having to use the phone, so you couldn't use the phone line to use the internet. Your sibling hogging the computer, so you couldn't use it. And a lack of accessibility guidelines, because screen readers existed, but there weren't widely available guidelines on how to make sure that your website worked with screen readers, which is where the World Wide Web Consortium, or W3C, came in. They have many mission statements, but the first one is called Web for All. And within it, it says one of W3C's primary goals is to make the web's benefits available to all people, whatever their hardware, software, network infrastructure, native language, culture, geographical location, or physical or mental ability. And this is baked into the tools that we use to build the web. JavaScript is forgiving, so there's a better chance that even if you make a mistake, all your content is still going to end up on the page. This link is to a video by Mia called Why is CSS So Weird? And one of the answers is CSS fails silently in a way that usually keeps your content displayed on the page. Yeah, it's annoying when you can't really figure out what the error is, but it makes it a lot easier to make sure that your content is still being displayed. Poorly written HTML will still display, which is why you should probably use a validator. And semantic HTML has information built in so that more people can access the content within its tags. By that I mean a div role button doesn't have anything baked in, but a button element has things like a focus outline, a tab index, an accessible name for screen readers, and many other things that become functionality that you're removing if you don't use the semantic element and don't build a replacement with your div role equals button. So the freedom to write bad code and the inconsistencies we complain about are features. They're not bugs. They're on purpose. From the technology to the philosophy, the web is based on the idea that anyone, anywhere, on any device should be able to access your content. When we think of our jobs as web developers, We know we got to deal with error handling and implementing that responsive design and progressive enhancement. And when we add in extra JavaScript, we need to think about how that affects performance. But we also need to think about how that JavaScript affects the accessibility tree and navigating with assistive technologies on your site. And it's our job to remember to add things like alt text. You're not developing for the web if you've disabled default accessibility features without building a replacement. It's built in for a reason. You think the browsers can't agree on the HTML5 spec or image types, and somehow a focus outline just made it into all of them magically for no reason? So just remove it. Yeah, that's fine. You're not building for the web if the accessibility tree your website generates isn't useful for assistive technologies. The accessibility tree is generated from the DOM. The DOM is the most fundamental aspect of a website. It's the most fundamental job of a web developer. If your DOM doesn't make sense, your accessibility tree doesn't make sense. Thus, make it very difficult to navigate your website with assistive technologies. You're not developing for the web if accessibility testing isn't part of your release process. Use accessibility tools. You use ESLint or Prettier. You can add an accessibility linter that will remind you to add alt text when you use an image tag. It's your job to add tools to your toolchain that support your ability to write accessible code, just like it's your job to add tools to your toolchain that support your ability to write code well. Spell checkers for making sure you don't make typos, things like that. This will all make your own life easier. It'll cut down on the work you have to do. You won't have to remember to add that alt text to your image tag if you have a tool to support you. You'll end up writing cleaner code because you're aiming to write things technically correct and using things like semantic HTML. You'll have to use fewer elements and JavaScript to do the same thing. This will provide graceful fallbacks. Alt text isn't just to generate an image description for non-sighted users. It's what shows when the link to your image breaks. So if your image breaks, users will still see what you meant to have in that space. It'll also be cheaper and easier. There's a concept in digital accessibility called shift left, where left is design and right is release. It's in production. It's so much more expensive and so much more difficult to fix something after release than it is if you start thinking about it as far left as possible. I mean, I feel like QA is in the middle. So like as long as QA is in there, we're at least halfway there. And this will all help you avoid lawsuits. Information should be accessible for those who need it. An inaccessible website only loses you money, whether it's you or your employer. The European Accessibility Act that recently came into play means that it's not just your employer that can be sued for an inaccessible website. And this isn't just lawsuits, it's also if your checkout cart doesn't work with a keyboard or a screen reader, then that's millions of users that can't check out. They can't buy your products. More importantly, it limits disabled people's independence and options. Say your checkout cart is for underwear, and somebody just needs to buy underwear, and they're an adult, and they want to do that by themselves, but they get all the way to the end of the buying process, and your cart doesn't work, so they have to go ask someone else for help buying underwear. And that's a really light example. Accessibility doesn't end with code. Documentation and documentation in the plainest language are part of it. This link is to my friend Julia Sedman's presentation about how documentation provides equity. If everyone can access the same information and that information helps them get onboarded in the job, that's setting them up to thrive instead of sink or swim. It's providing equity. And yeah, web accessibility is a huge topic with many gray areas. I hear a lot of people frustrated that there's not a one-size-fits-all solution, but there is no 100% accessible. What makes something more accessible for one group of people may make it inaccessible for another group of people. But the only way to tell if a website is accessible is to test it with people who have disabilities. nothing for us without us. Requirements change based on the user and the browser, but as long as you're learning and listening to those who are being excluded or harmed and implementing what you know, then you are building your site for everyone who uses websites. You're building for the web. I have so many resources if you would like to start learning about web accessibility or writing with plain language or accessibility tools that you can use in your pipeline, and also some testing resources. And I maintain a Notion database of coding resources. When I find new accessibility resources, I add them there. You can filter by an accessibility tag. And there's also some ways to contact me, as well as a QR code with a link to these slides. Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks, Abby. That was really great. That was very powerful presentation. So next up, we've got Rachel Kaufman. I've seen Rachel there in the chat, so I know she is here to answer any questions you might have. So Rachel's a full stack software engineer working in the MarTech space. She loves writing unit tests, seriously, she says, strongly typed languages, and the Oxford comma. Okay, yeah. So she's also a lead organizer with Women in Gender Expansive Coders DC, a group for women and non-binary people in tech in the Washington, DC area. Please welcome Rachel to the virtual stage.
Hey, CodeWord, what's up? My name is Rachel Kaufman, and I'm here at a conference about the web and content to try to convince you that you should be creating your own content on the web on your own technically focused dev blog. Now, I've been keeping a dev blog for some time now, and it's been one of the best things I've done for my career. Here's the agenda for this short talk. 1 thing writing can't do, 3 things it will do for you, and how to get started today. This is me, by the way. I'm a full stack software engineer, self-taught, work in the marketing technology space, a public speaker, a recovering journalist, and a mom to a Roomba who was jealous of my coworkers' pets. I play video games, too many probably, and I like to sew my own clothes. That's me in a nutshell. Please check me out at LinkedIn. I'd love to connect. So hey, don't start a blog if your goal is to get rich. Now, everyone is a content creator these days, and a lot of people are trying to sell you an inexpensive $1,000 course about turning your side hustle into a 6-figure passive income stream. I'm not going to be talking about that today because that's not going to happen. But the good news is the benefits you'll get from your blog are things that will benefit you whether you have 100 readers a month, 1 million readers a month, or no readers a month. And that's because writing helps you think, writing helps you remember, and writing is a social act. Writing helps you think. Research shows that the act of writing makes you smarter. Writing stuff down forces your brain to figure out what you actually think about something. To illustrate this, think of a tech concept that you understand well enough to use. Maybe it's even a concept you use every day. Can you explain that concept out loud to another person? Can you explain that concept to another person through writing? You might actually be surprised at how hard this is, even for something you think you know well. Writing is a great way to learn more about a topic. I also like to choose topics that I don't know a lot about to blog. This way I get to learn something new and I get a new post out of it. Writing also helps you close your brain's metaphorical browser tabs. If you're thinking about a zillion things, writing forces you to deal with them sequentially, one at a time. But you don't have to take my word for it. The linguist, Dr. Stephen Krashen, once wrote this: "When we write our ideas down, the vague and abstract becomes clear and concrete. When thoughts are on paper, we see the relationships between them and come up with better thoughts. Writing, in other words, can make us smarter." Now, Warren Buffett agrees with him. "Some of the things I think," he said, "I find don't make any sense when I start trying to write them down." You ought to be able to explain why you're taking the job you're taking, why you're making the investment you're making, or whatever it may be. And if it can't stand applying pencil to paper, you'd better think it through some more. Now, writing also helps you remember. Do you remember what you did at work last week? What about last month? How about a year ago? If you solved a tricky problem, but you didn't write it down, did you really solve it? Will you remember how to solve it next time? People grossly overestimate their ability to remember things. Now, I probably can retrace my steps of searching for an answer. Maybe I did a couple different Google searches, talked to a coworker, and so on. But it will still be easier to get where I need to go next time if I wrote down my specific solve. I refer back to my own blog posts all the time. Also, if you are blogging about things you did at work, and please get permission to do so if that's necessary, an added benefit of keeping a blog is that when it comes to performance review time, you've already documented some of the most interesting work you did in the last cycle. But Rachel, why do I have to post? Couldn't I just take these notes that you're talking about in my notes app or in my diary? You could, but writing is actually a social act. You might not think it is because the stereotypical image of a writer is someone sitting alone in a cafe scribbling in a notebook. But writing really is social. Once you start sharing your drafts with peers for feedback, sharing your finished posts with coworkers or on LinkedIn, citing other writers' posts in yours, you start to expand your network and you join a community of other writers. And yeah, it's true, the more you write and post, the more you grow your personal brand. I'm skeptical of the idea of a personal brand for many software engineers. It's mostly hype. But it's not hype that when you start writing and posting, you do join a community and your network becomes stronger. And again, these three benefits will help you no matter how much traffic you get, and honestly, how perfect or imperfect your blog is. If you're a great designer, of course, feel free to come up with a gorgeous design for your blog. And if you're a great writer, of course, feel free to write the best words that you can. If you're not great at these things, you will inevitably get better with practice. But here's the secret. Even if it's not perfect, you still get the benefits of clearer thinking, better recall, and joining this community. You don't have to be perfect to start. You just have to start. I hope this has convinced you to start a blog, or at least think about it. So here's some resources for getting started. First, you'll need ideas. Hopefully this is the easiest part. You can write about things that you learned that surprised or interested you. You can write step-by-step instructions for something tricky you solved. I personally love reading bug postmortems. And you can also just write about what you're currently learning. It's really okay to not have all the answers. Your writing is still a contribution, and it might help someone out there. You'll need a place to host your words. Now, I love Jekyll, which is a static site generator, but you could use any other static site generator. Jekyll has lots of support, works with GitHub pages right out of the box. You don't have to know any Ruby in order to use Jekyll, as long as you could figure out some basic build tooling commands. But you could also choose a static site generator in a language you're more familiar with. Hugo is written in Go, Pelican is in Python, Eleventy is written in Node.js, and so on. You can also use a hosted option such as dev.to, Medium, or write.s. Dev.to lets you immediately join a community of other developers, and you can connect an RSS feed from an external source if you like that. Medium is also popular. It's free to start, and if you do want to monetize your blog, you can pay them for the option of monetizing it. I do find this a bit silly, but you might find it valuable. I haven't used write.as personally, and I'm a little skeptical of recommending something that doesn't have a free option anymore, but many devs I've talked to really do love it, and it's federated if that's something you care about. Images are great for illustrating points. You can also use them to grab a reader's attention or just break up a long paragraph. Now, I like the sites Pexels and Unsplash, which have thousands of free images you can use. Use a real picture, not an AI-generated one, because those AI images all look the same. The Noun project has thousands of icons and glyphs that you can use. Many of them are available for free with attribution or very inexpensively. And you may want to generate diagrams for some of your more technical posts. Mermaid.js is wonderful for this. It lets you use a markdown-like syntax to create Git diagrams, flowcharts, or timelines. You can integrate Mermaid.js directly into your workflow, or you can just use the free mermaid.live and save images and upload them later. Either way, it's an incredibly useful tool. I hope this has inspired you to get started. If not, check out these 3 wonderful blogs for more inspiration. And if you do start or restart a blog after this talk, please reach out and tell me about it. Would love to hear. Thanks so much, CodeWord. Have a great rest of the conference.
Thanks, Rachel. That was a great presentation. As I said in the comments, I can attest to how much writing helped me in my career. Actually, being a developer and deciding to start a blog changed my career completely, and I wouldn't be where I am today if I didn't do that. So I think that you gave great advice. So next up, we've got Amy Dutton. If Amy's not sitting in front of her computer, she's hanging out with friends and family, bringing on Netflix, Hulu, Prime, Disney Plus, Apple TV, all the streaming, playing Settlers of Catan or Nerds, that one I haven't heard of, or reading and drinking coffee. Here's Amy.
When React Server components were announced, the promise was bold. We have faster performance and better SEO. So for anyone building content-driven sites, that sounds like exactly what we've been waiting for. But here's the question. If RSC really delivers on that promise, why hasn't everyone adopted it yet? And that's what I want to dig into today. So we'll cut through both the hype and the skepticism and look at what RSC actually means for content developers, not just in theory, but in practice. Now, my goal isn't to give you another Next.js demo or show you a shiny new feature. My goal is to share what's really working and what's still hard, and why, despite the slow adoption curve, once you actually get to use React Server components, it feels like this is the way. So let's start with the promises we were given and how they play out in reality. So when React Server components first landed, the pitch was exciting. We were told basically three big things. So first, that our pages would load faster. We have less JavaScripts into the browser, smaller bundles, snappier user experience, and second, that SEO would improve. So with HTML being rendered on the server, search engines would have more reliable content to index. And third, that the developer experience would actually get simpler. Instead of juggling client-side fetches and APIs and hydration, we just write React components and let the framework take care of the rest. And none of that's wrong. These benefits are real, but in production, here's what developers are actually finding. Yes, performance and SEO can improve, but to see the full benefits, you have to take caching into account. Without a solid caching strategy at the component level, at the server level, or even the CDN edge, the performance story isn't nearly as strong. The truth is, the clear gains show up in greenfield projects. When you start fresh, you can design your data flow and components to take advantage of RSC from day one. But when you're migrating a legacy app, adoption is much harder. And that's one reason we're not seeing big tech companies rush in. The cost of reworking years of code is just too high. And then there's the developer experience. It's not exactly plug and play. There is a learning curve, especially when you're figuring out what actually runs on the server versus the client. So, for example, just because a file has use client at the top, it doesn't mean that it never touches the server. It actually renders on the server first, and then it hydrates on the client for reactivity. Those kinds of small gotchas are confusing at first. And on top of that, you're dealing with new concepts like streaming and bundling boundaries, which can feel foreign if you're used to traditional React. But once you push through that initial friction, the payoff is huge. The workflow really does simplify, and React becomes the place where you handle both your UI and your data without having to wire up fetch calls and custom APIs everywhere. So the pitch was faster, better, simpler. The reality is it's all true, but only if the conditions are right. And that's why adoption looks slower than the hype would suggest, which brings us to the deeper question. If the benefits of RSC are real, why isn't every framework shipping it yet? The short answer is it's hard, like really hard. It's one thing to use React as a developer. It's another thing entirely to implement React Server components inside a framework. That's a different level of engineering. To get RSC working, frameworks don't just flip a switch. They have to juggle server-side rendering for initial HTML, hot module reloading so you can actually develop, streaming so components can flush in chunks, bundling for both server and client with separate pipelines. And all of those things have to stay in sync. So on top of that, some of the most important pieces aren't even fully documented. Frameworks have to dig into React internals and DM the React team directly to figure out how RSC really works. Next.js's implementation is another thing. It was built on top of Turbo, but Most other frameworks are utilizing Vite, where the story is very similar. You're reaching into undocumented features just to get the bundling right. That's not easy work. So when people ask, why does it feel like only a few frameworks support RSC right now? It's not because frameworks don't believe in it. It's because the engineering lift is massive. You need teams willing to take on months of low-level, sometimes experimental work just to make it production ready. That's the uphill battle for framework authors, but for developers, for us, once that groundwork is done and you actually get to use RSC, the experience is incredibly smooth. That's why we reach for frameworks. So after all that complexity, all those challenges, here's the good news. Once you actually get to use React Server components, you realize this is the way. One of the biggest wins is that you don't need to create API endpoints for everything. You don't have to sprinkle fetch calls all over your code base. Instead, you just load data directly into your React component on the server and render it. That's a massive simplification. And because your data fetching happens on the server, your security story gets simpler too. You're not exposing API routes that need guarding. The server is where your logic lives, and the client just gets what it needs to render. Forms are another great example. Normally in React, you're constantly wrestling with controlled versus uncontrolled inputs, setting state for on change and on blur, and wiring up on submit handlers. With RSC, you can lean on server actions. You fill out a form, hit submit, and the server handles the rest. No extra plumbing. It feels a lot closer to the way the web was designed to work. And that's what I love most about it. The developer experience just feels natural. React becomes the place where you manage both your UI and your data. You're not context switching between API routes and data hooks and fetch calls. It's all just components. Now, yes, RSC does deliver on the performance and the SEO promises, but here's the interesting part. Those aren't necessarily the benefits you feel when you are building. The biggest difference you notice as a developer is how much cleaner and simpler your workflow becomes. You write less glue code. You spend less time thinking about wiring, and you spend more time focusing on the actual product that you're building. So the hype around performance and SEO isn't wrong, but the reason RSC feels so powerful in practice is because it changes how we work. And that shift takes us out of the weeds of boilerplate and back into building real experiences for users. So here's the key takeaway. React Server Components isn't just an SEO play. It's not just about shaving off a few milliseconds of your performance score either. What RSC really represents is a shift back to web fundamentals. The server does the heavy lifting, data, security, rendering, and the client stays lean, just handling interaction and reactivity. That's how the web was always meant to work. We're just finding a way to bring that model into modern React. And for content developers, that's the real promise. Sites that are faster because we're sending less JavaScript to the browser. Stable SEO because your content is reliably there when search engines are ready to crawl it. And maybe most importantly, a smoother path from your idea to deployed page because your workflow has fewer moving parts and less boilerplate. So yes, RSC can make pages faster and ranking stronger, but its real significance is that it changes how we build for the web by leaning into the web, what it already does best. RSC isn't hype and it isn't magic, it's a tool. And like every tool, its impact depends on where you use it. So for greenfield projects, the benefits are obvious. For legacy apps, the path might be longer, but once you experience it, you'll see it. This is the way.
Thanks, Amy. That was great. I really enjoyed all of the Ignite presentations. I hope you did too. Just let's give everybody a virtual round of applause for their presentations in the chat. We're going to take a quick break, but we will get to the next round of presentations, which are back to being full presentation, live presentations. First up, we've got Anca Ghenade, who's going to be talking in about, 10 minutes, I think. So I'll see you back here in 10 minutes.
When React Server Components were announced, the
rhythm and the groove. Move, move. Alright, I make me tell them listen. Move, move. We a dance to the rhythm and the groove. Move, move. Watch them massive and groove, them a move. So we chop it, so we do it. This a rhythm I lock down the street. So we chop it, so we do it. This a when you come feel lock down the street. Alright, so we chop it, so we do it. Lock down and we a lock down the street. So we chop it, so we do it. This a when you come feel lock down the street. All I'm full of, we go play back again. And everybody say yeah, 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 yeah. All I'm full of, we go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. All I'm full of, we go play back again. And everybody say yeah, 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 yeah. All I'm full of, we go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. All I'm full of, we go play back again. And everybody say yeah, 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 yeah. All I'm full of, we go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. All I'm full of, we go play back again. And everybody say yeah, 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 yeah. All I'm full of, we go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. Street, so we chop it, so we do it. This is when you come feel like down the street, alright. So we chop it, so we do it. Land down and we a lock down the street, so we chop it, so we do it. This is when you come feel like down the street. All I'm full of, we go play back again. And everybody say yeah, 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 yeah. All I'm full of, we go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. All I'm full of, we go play back again. And everybody say yeah, 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 yeah. All I'm full of, we go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. All I'm full of, we go play back again. And everybody say yeah, 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 yeah. All I'm full of, we go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. All I'm full of, we go play back again. And everybody say yeah, 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 yeah. All I'm full of, we go play back again. See them tackle up the big
Welcome back, everyone. I'm really excited about our next speaker, Anca Ghenade. She's a customer education engineer at Postman living in San Francisco. After spending 7 years as a Java developer and about 2 in developer relations, Anca is back to building infrastructure and applications at Postman, where she supports the customer education team in delivering content and interactive challenges to a broad range of learners. Please welcome Anca Ghenade.
Hi, thank you for having me. Do I jump in or? Okay, awesome. I think, yes, you can see my screen. Thank you everyone for joining my talk about building hands-on content for API education at scale. This will be a story told from an engineering point of view. I'm going to tell you a little bit about how the Postman customer education team ships learning like software. I'll tell you a bit about the Postman Academy, why instructor-led still matters, and how we scale it with sandboxes so anyone from any background can practice APIs safely. And by the end of this presentation, you'll have a better understanding of why I like to say that we don't just publish content, we deploy it. Brian did an awesome job at introducing me, but since it's a slide here, I'm going to also tell you a little bit about myself. I'm currently a customer education engineer, and yes, I too had no idea what that was in the beginning, nor what I was getting myself into. It turns out it's everything everywhere all at once. I'm kidding. I used to be in developer advocacy where I was focused on one product alone and integrating that product into different software ecosystems. That was a complex job, but it had a reasonably clear-ish roadmap. I've used Postman for 7-8 years now, but only after joining the company, I started to understand how large the platform actually is. So now I'm back in software development and infrastructure, and I need to circle back to this myth that developers are lazy and they don't read the documentation and so on. I mean, yes, we are lazy. Well, okay, I can speak for myself. But we also have a limited amount of time to make right decisions. So we need to find the right documentation. And the reality is that the source of truth is most of the time the official documentation of products. And that one is often very verbose, and it will give you a rigid happy path of using the product. Then you're looking for either hacks, workarounds, user experience. Do you remember Stack Overflow? I don't know if people still use that, but that's where everybody was sharing their workarounds for different things. So you end up wanting to try the product yourself, and all of that can be very time consuming. So like I said, developers are not lazy, they're just overwhelmed with information. I think I noticed that somebody is doing a talk or a panel about funneling good content into LLMs so that users can consume high quality content through that. And I'm going to focus on a bit more of a human approach that is still relevant even in the age of AI. So I digress, but getting overwhelmed can happen to anybody, not just developers. The whole mission of Postman was to simplify how we interact with APIs and to make them accessible to a lot of other roles in the software world, because it's not just engineers or developers that build software. So for example, there are many other roles, and these are just some of that I can think about, or people that I have interacted with in my career. But I'm sure there are companies out there that have specialized subdivisions and are covering a broad array ranging from highly technical to non-technical roles. And all of these people work with APIs and need to comfortably and confidently do so. This is why there is a Postman Academy. And I like to reference the statement on the conference homepage. that says something along the lines of content is rarely a topic we talk about from a developer's perspective, even though it is a critical aspect to most of what we build. And this is why I want to bring up the whole team, my whole team of customer education at Postman, because they actually build the content. Since I'm not building the content myself anymore these days, I'm going to talk more about how I support this effort from an engineering perspective and how it all ties together beautifully to create a great learning experience and leverage all this great quality work that most of my colleagues are doing. And just like with a lot of great things in life, it takes a village to build such an ambitious project. And honestly, I had no idea how much work goes into such a thing and how many people add value to it. Obviously, you have the trainers that go out there and face the public when they're teaching about the product. But there are also architects, education specialists, engineers. Well, I'm the official engineer, but the trainers are also engineers. There's advocates, content developers, designers, marketing specialists, copyrights, program specialists. And if I'm forgetting any role, I hope they can forgive me, but I'm still trying to wrap my head around this. And this sort of effort unlocks a wide range of possibilities. The Postman Academy blends workshops, self-study, self-study tracks, and hands-on challenges. Learners run real requests and get instant feedback. So these badges and completions are not just watched, something to get at the end of a video session, they are also earned. So we built this whole system in-house on a learning management system, on AWS services, and of course, Postman. So I started off by mentioning instructor-led workshops. And I think we also need to answer this question of why is it still relevant and why does it matter? So when I first joined the team, I went through one of the trainings just to get acclimated and figure out the ecosystem. And when that was over, we were exchanging opinions and experiences from a trainer's point of view and also from a student's perspective. And one of my colleagues, the colleague who was actually the trainer for that course, said something like, instructor-led workshops are like going to school or university. Self-study is like having a library card. They're both valid options. They both work, but one gives you a path and a place to ask questions. And I thought that was a pretty powerful and accurate statement, because live sessions create a guided path to unblock people quickly via Q&A and peer discussion. So while we support both types of learning, self-study and instructor-guided study, the latter one is where complex ideas click faster. So now the question is, how do we scale the guided experience and go beyond just plain workshops? And this is where the Sandbox project comes into play. And to give you a little context, this project was started before I joined the team, actually a few years ago. And it was started by my manager and the other trainers who, whenever they had some downtime from actually teaching, they were building the foundation of this project. So when I joined, I had to meet with everyone and get up to speed and figure out all the small components. I'm sure there's still some secret corner of this ecosystem because it's very complex, as I mentioned before. And it will creep up on me at some point. So while being here for 6 months feel more like a year, I still feel like I'm drinking from the fire hose. Maybe the pressure of the fire hose is smaller, but it still feels like an abundance of information. And we've heard this word before, sandbox, right? And especially if you're in the business of building software, and that can mean different things for different people, or it means different things for different companies, depending on the context, obviously. But in a nutshell, at Postman, a sandbox is a temporary, isolated team account, emphasis on the team, that is preloaded with workspaces, collections, environments, and demo data that you can run real requests against. And you can also test without having to touch any production environment. So you have a time-boxed team that you can spin up on demand with scoped credentials and seeded workspaces that you can use to make requests against. So you have a sandbox API that you're working with. And this is where the validators come in, and they check on your work, they give you hints, and your progress gets synced back to the course. We'll see that in a moment in some explanatory diagrams. But before getting to those diagrams, I just wanted to mention some of the goals that were set to be achieved with this project. Well, the combination of sandboxes and instructor-led trainings. So there was a desire to have one click, or a few clicks actually, pre-configured teams with seeded data. They were supposed to be, and they are actually, safe, resettable environments for training and demos. And I mentioned demos because this doesn't have to be limited necessarily to courses. Anybody can pick up a sandbox. If you're a solution architect, for example, you go in a meeting with a client, you want to do a demo, but you also want it to be interactive. You can invite them to participate. We also aimed for reusability across internal and external use cases. So it doesn't have to be limited to just internal trainings or just to trainings necessarily. You can also hand them over to partners. If you have a champion inside of a company, they can also use sandboxes. We also aim to have instant automated feedback with the validators, so you don't have to think about why certain things don't work, go around looking for logs. If you're a first-time user especially, this is very helpful. And of course, we also wanted to have versioned, reproducible scenarios and data for different types of users. You can be in finance, banking, healthcare. This can be adjusted to your needs or your application's needs. So that was a lot of talk. Let's have a look at the tools that we're using. I'll show you some diagrams. We'll identify some major components that we're building. We'll peek under the hood at the AWS services, and we'll also talk a bit about how we dog food Postman while we build this project. So this is a bird's eye view of our components. I like to say that there are 3 layers. There's the content that is powered by the learning management system. You have it on the left side. And for this, my team chose SkillJar. I wasn't always familiar with LMSs, so it doesn't matter much to me which one they choose. So SkillJar is pretty awesome because it gives you a platform where you can run courses, lessons, you can handle enrollments, track progression of the learners, you can do analytics. It also offers you an API that you can use. It also supports embedding external apps or content inside a lesson. So there are 2 components to this. There's a front-end component and an API component. The front end is the part where the user actually gets to participate in courses. There's also, for a lack of better naming, I like to call it the processing and validation part, which is this middle Academy component. This is where a lot of the heavy lifting is happening, and that's where us engineers are doing most of our work. And of course, there is the third layer, which is the Postman platform that all of our services rely on. It's basically as any other software. It exposes some endpoints, and we communicate with it through that. Internally, all these features such as workspace, environment, collections, they have individual engineering teams. So obviously they will also have individual APIs that you can leverage to create sandboxes, for example, or to even interact with these components. So if we take a step back, I just wanted to make it very obvious with this slide that this is the part where the user actually gets to log into the course and see the slides, do the challenges, and everything that is associated with that. Obviously, I put a big AWS logo here. All of this is running on AWS services, and this is our internal API. And to put all of these pieces into compartments, I guess, you can say that the skill jar part is where the content lives, and that's where the content responsible people on my team are deploying their content, basically, for courses, for self-study tracks, for everything that is necessary. And this is where we work, and this is what we heavily rely on to provision these environments, and also have different instructions to be done with these environments. I will show you that in a few slides. So a little bit about dog fooding our product. Postman isn't just a curl wrapper. I know it gets that reputation, but we use it to model contracts as collections. We use mocks to iterate, and tests to catch breaking changes in the API. You can see it in the diagram. Everything that is an API and requires interaction between services are labeled with the Postman logo. And dog fooding makes us the front line of feature edges, and it also keeps trainers tightly in the loop when it comes to new features that they need to talk about, or some breaking changes that they need to be aware of. So for example, this is how, on the right side, this is how we define our contracts, because for example, for the orchestration, we'll have a front-end component, a back-end component, and we need to define these endpoints and have examples and mocks so that front-end and back-end can develop in parallel. So this is a zoomed-in look at where we operate, or from an engineering perspective. There are three components. If we go back to this purple layer, you can see that there's the learner enrollment and class management. There's the sandbox manager and orchestration service, and the testing and simulation service. So the first part, the enrollment and class management, happens between the admin dashboard. Currently, it exists as a monolith. We're also working on breaking that down into two containers. There'll be a front end and a back end component. But the user, the admin user, says, I want to create a workshop. Fine. You define it here. You define the learning path. For example, you want to create a workshop for the course Postman 101. It will be registered into the database. We use RDS, and it also gets synced up with SkillJar that keeps track of everything course related. So it links the workshop to the content and the learners that are enrolled into the workshop. That's a simple workflow. And then there's the sandbox manager and orchestrator workflow, which focuses on sandbox creation with everything that needs to be provisioned. For example, what's the plan that is going to be used in the sandbox, features, any preceded data, the numbers of licenses or accounts that need to be attached to the sandbox. And it goes, I numbered it on the diagram. It goes through the same path. The admin just says, I want to create a sandbox. That one will, there will be a JSON, basically a message that is sent to the sandbox manager API, goes into a queue, gets picked up by a Lambda function, which triggers a suite of lambdas that are part of a step functions service, and each one is responsible for a different task. This might be slightly out of order because applying a template needs to happen before you create bots and learners. And each one of these is calling an endpoint on the Postman API platform. And then each one brings back some information which needs to be updated in the database. So it will just spit out another JSON that gets processed and added to the database. And that's where we store all our information related to these sandboxes. And the last part, which is the testing, the validation and simulation service, this one happens right here. It functions as a separate service, and it talks both to Skilljar and the Postman API. So I want to show you a little bit how it looks from the perspective of the content consumer. This is the dashboard where you log in as the user, you go to your course that you're enrolled in, and then you have your modules that you can explore. I mean, actually, the trainer will explore it with you in the beginning, but then you have to solve challenges based on that. And for example, in this module, you can see everything that needs to be done. You need to go over slides. I mean, it's optional in this case. The trainer will go through them with the whole class, but if you need to reference them a little later, then you have that option. Then you have the challenges. The first one is obviously getting your login credentials. So you need to log in into two places. You'll have the course platform and the Postman platform where you basically do all of these challenges. So this is what it looks like when you log into Postman separately. This is your average Postman dashboard. I think everybody is familiar with this. And once you log in as a student, you have these pre-configured environments where you have, for example, a collection that you need to call different APIs. You can, one of the challenges is that you should invite a collaborator. So in this example, one of the instructions is to invite Postmanaut, and Po is a bot. This one simulates another person's action on your team. So once Po is added to the team, we can ask him to create a new collection. So it says tag Po in a comment and ask him to help you set the product catalog collection. So first you go and invite Po. It's just as you would invite any other collaborator to your workspace. And I need to go back to the initial slide where you tag him and you say, hey, help me set up this collection. And then you take the workspace ID and you start the simulation. And like I said, Po will simulate the action of another colleague. So he will end up creating a collection in your workspace. And you can see that ran successfully. I didn't want to do this as a live demo because sometimes we might lose access or get logged out of this space. So I think it's safer this way. So you can see we started off with one collection here. and we have two now. So Poe has successfully created another collection in our workspace. So once all the instructions have been completed, we can verify that our workspace looks as expected. So that means it has all the necessary collections in it, the right environment variables, the correct endpoints have been called. So this is just a simple example, but of course, these validations extend to other more complex features. It doesn't have to be just adding a colleague and forking a collection or creating a new collection. There are scenarios in other modules where you have to actually write tests for these collections, and that is a lot more rigorous. So now it's time to flip it a bit, and this is what it looks like from a sandbox admin perspective. Yes, this is internal tooling, and it's still work in progress because right now we have a very simple dashboard. This will be the fancy dashboard. It still has fake names, obviously, but this is where anybody can log in and create their workshop and attach sandboxes, and these will connect to the courses in SkillJar. And I think I've covered most of the important things, or how things work. Before we end this, I would also like to bring up some of the challenges that we face, because although it can look smooth, it hasn't always been without challenges. So this is not a perfect project or product like any other software product. Occasionally we have to do manual fixes. There can be also content drift. Sometimes we might have to reach into the database or into SkillJar, for example, to update certain values. It has happened in the past that a student was not attached to the correct course, so you just need to go in there and fix that manually. There's also a matter of staying current with product rollouts. So new features can impact validators or the learner flow. And I think just recently, I was in a meeting with our trainers where they were discussing how to handle a new feature update, whether to address the new or the old interface, considering that some students might go back home to their own and old installed version of Postman, and they might not see the new feature, which would probably not make them happy. So in the end, they decided to address the change, but they had the side-by-side screenshots of both the interfaces so that users don't get confused. There's always new requirements, and well, new and changing requirements, and they range from must-haves to nice-to-have and everything in between, and that can be challenging because we have to support a broad array of users now. This brings me to the fourth point. We want to enable and customize sandboxes for, like I said, different types of users, such as training partners, sales engineers, solution architects, and anyone who needs to do a demo, basically. These can be extended not only to other companies or to students, but also for internal purposes. And I think we're almost at time, and I hope I didn't confuse you too much with a pretty complex topic, but I think I will wrap it up now. I hope this gave you some insight on how we handle content at Postman. And with that, this is the end of my presentation. And thank you for watching. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them for you.
Thanks, Anka. That was great. I think, for me, my initial reaction was I had a couple of thoughts. First of all, you may not have been able to catch it earlier, but Kian from Cloudflare was on talking about how they handle things at Cloudflare, and it was mostly from a documentation, like thinking of we tend to think content and like, I think at least my brain always is like long form text, right? Like, and
Yeah.
it's not always long form text. Like a lot of times content is just things being pulled from APIs. And in your case, you've got like, learning management system and internal APIs and all this kind of stuff kind of meshing together into a more complex piece of like content that's not just a big long form piece of written content. It's interactive and it has like, and it has instructor led portions and all kinds of things like that. So I'm like kind of, this was a good like kind of opposite almost of like, that was purely how do we convert text content, and this is like how do we build something that's both like instructor led and interactive
Yeah, we need to
from
automate
content.
everything.
Yeah, no, and it's just goes to show you like how many different pieces would have to go into that. I really hadn't like, put my head around, well, you and I know because like we worked together, we talked about having an academy and things like that, and I've always like been like, okay, that's actually a really big project, and
Yes,
now it's like,
exactly.
yeah, it really is a really big project. So
Yeah, I was putting together this presentation and I was like, I can't believe we tried to build an academy with 3 people.
yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, and if you that was when I came in, I remember being like, "Oh, yeah, no, Academy seems like a big thing." So, yeah, maybe we put that off for later. And watching your presentation, I'm like, "Oh, thank God, we put that off for later. I don't think we're ready to handle this." But I was curious, like, are these I haven't done the Postman Academy things. Like you said, there's an instructor-led portion. Is this like live instructor-led or is it like some kind of
Yes.
video instructor? No,
Yes, you can
live
do
instructor.
in-person workshops. Depending if your company can arrange that, a trainer can come to your place and you can do it for the whole team, or you can register for regular online workshops.
Okay, so in either case, the online workshop is still live instructor-led.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, and so are any of these are any of these designed to be like just learn on your own time kind of thing, or is it really just purely all instructor-led?
There's a separate section for that.
Okay, and it's
I
run
guess
by the
some of
same
the
system though?
content is reused.
Okay.
But like I said, there is value to having instructors come in and help
Yeah.
you solve problems.
No, absolutely. I was just curious, like, if does the same system run both sets of things,
Yes.
or is it
Yeah.
just, oh, wow, okay. And so like the instructor goes in and this is them creating like the curriculum for this course, and they create all the different challenge pieces that go along with whatever curriculum they've designed, kind of thing.
Pretty
Correct?
much. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's, I mean, it's really impressive what you all have built. So most of all the content pieces really like beyond that they're interacting with, like the UI, even though it's built upon SkillJar, is actually
Yes.
pulling info from internal APIs that it's able to display there at like, or
So my understanding of SkillJar is that you just attach your content to it, and it manages that based on, I guess, tags or different fields. Because, for example, when you create a workshop, you have a learning path and a group, and you enroll students into the group, and that's how it knows what goes with what.
right. Okay. We did have a couple questions I want to get to from the audience as well. So Sarah asks, do you have to train your instructors on your interactive tools? Is that a whole extra level of work that things that you have to work on?
We try to abstract the information that they need, because a lot of the times, so we have trainers that have started the project and they know exactly what's under the hood and what has been built. But we also have the new trainers that probably don't need to go in there and get their hands dirty. So for them, we kind of abstract that information, and we have like a playbook that they can run their trainings on. Does that make sense? Or
Okay,
should
I think I
I
did.
elaborate on that a bit more?
Yeah, no, actually, elaborate on a little bit more because I'm curious, like how that works, the playbook piece
So,
of this.
yeah, so like I mentioned, I can just tell you what happened. Initially, there were three instructors and my manager, and they were just building these applications and the challenges and everything. But then a new trainer joined, and he's not actively building anything because there's no need at this point for him to build anything. Also, I don't think he has a developer background. He has a different type of background. So he just needs to know the information, know the product very well. There can also be hiccups, like there's an error that you're not familiar with. So that's where the playbook kind of comes in hand, where all the other trainers put in this information and they say, look, if you run into this, this is what you need to do. But obviously, it takes a lot of learning of the product itself,
Right.
not necessarily the system.
Okay, that makes sense. So, I mean, is it something that you can actually take this whole system and even perhaps like, oh, we don't have trainers in whatever country, like we could easily just spin up somebody even externally who could teach these classes because the curriculum's all set in the system and the challenges are all set, so like it's relatively easy to onboard
Exactly.
external, yeah, trainers. Okay.
That's one of our goals, to enable external trainers to do this for their peers as well.
Yeah, I could see that being like this would be like a great tool, for instance, if you get like a large, I know like at companies I've been at in the past where like you sign a large enterprise and getting onboarding the developers is a big challenge. Like, even when I was at Launch Darkly, like we would get all these like developers signed up for Launch Darkly but then didn't use the tool because they weren't really that familiar. But this would be a great way to like, okay, onboard a new customer, get them into these hands-on trainings. Really
Yeah,
gets them,
I think that's the case everywhere, where you buy a bunch of licenses and not everybody gets familiar with the product enough. And
yeah, 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 it's true. I brought up Launch Darkly only because that was a recent yes, but it's true it's been true everywhere. Companies buy a ton of licenses and like for some people it's really easy and other people it's hard. I think it's amazing that you guys have built this system that actually, has the full hands-on training, because usually I've seen them and it's like purely like on your own time kind of thing, and or like they're not really like full use of the product. It's some kind of simulated experience that's in the browser that's not, like it's like maybe a slice of it that's semi like on Rails, I'd say, where it's guided through. But this feels like everything you're actually using the real product. You're not using like some simulated version of the product.
exactly. These are real accounts and real licenses.
Yeah, that's amazing. So yeah, it looks really cool. All right. So looks like there was also quite a bit of discussion, funny enough, about your mention of Stack Overflow being, does anybody use that anymore? I was like, yeah, it is kind of dying. So it brought up a lot of different thoughts about like what happens when those kind of questions. I think you got into inadvertently brought up a whole talk of like what happens when this written, content that we train off of is gone. So
Yeah. I mean,
yeah,
I think it also brought up feelings because it was a quintessential part of our careers, right? At least the ones who are slightly older.
yeah. I mean, I think it's still relevant because people still find it all the time in search. It's the first thing that comes
Yeah.
up for a lot of things. But I did want to get Sarah had one more follow-up question. I want to make sure I get to it as we're running out of time. So she says, you mentioned it might not have been wise to start with 3 people. Are there particular skills, resources that you wished you had when you started that you didn't? Did anything surprise you? And just to kind of clarify for Sarah, the reference was Anka and I used to work together and we had 3 people team, and the plan was to put together an academy And well, that was, that's probably was overly ambitious for me. But yeah, so what would you say, like, has, now that you've been hands-on building an academy, like, what are the things you learned that, like, you didn't know back then, even looking at it?
Well, just to be clear, I didn't build it from scratch myself.
Right.
I'm currently kind of redoing it from scratch because, like I said, there's a need for new features and new scenarios that need to be supported. But I also get a lot of help from some of the trainers because they know the old stuff and they can help me with that. So I'm not really alone. Um, I that's actually one of those questions where you need to think a little bit, but yeah, you just need to run fast and adapt and figure things out as you go along. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not an easy question. I mean, it's like, I
I
think.
mean, now that I'm no longer in the eye of the storm, I made it through. I don't know how to answer that right now.
That's fair. Totally fair. Yeah. Okay. So, Anka, this was awesome. It was great seeing you again. And
Likewise.
love to talk. Love learning about the system you're building, and I think it seems really impressive. I definitely it honestly, it makes me want to go learn some Postman. So, thank you. So
Well,
we
and
we are.
if anybody who's watching wants to get some training for their company, or yeah, be sure to reach out. Yeah, that's
Okay.
it.
All right, sounds good. All right, folks. So we're going to take about, I guess, a 9-minute break here. We're going to come back with the final session, which is going to be a fireside chat with Rizal Scarlett, who's always fantastic. So I hope you'll stick around, join us for that chat, ask your questions, because we're going to do live Q&A during that. So please stick around. See you in about 8 minutes now. Hey everyone, welcome back. We are down to the final session of the day. Before we do that, I am actually going to quickly jump in. We are doing so. If you notice, we've been giving away like some swag earlier in the day for people who are very active in the chat. So we've got one more to give away, and I'm actually excited about whose name got picked, Sarah Rainsberger. So you get some free swag. If you're still listening, I hope you are. Reach out to info@fitc.ca to get your swag. I have no idea what they're sending you, but I'm sure it's going to be very, very cool. All right, so we're down to our final session, as I mentioned. It's been a lot of fun organizing this event so far. All the sessions have been great, but I'm really excited about our final speaker, Rizal Scarlett. Rizal has spoken before at a number of my events over the years. Always great. I don't think we've ever had this opportunity though to have like a fireside chat. So anyway. Introducing Rizal. Rizal is a tech lead for open source developer relations at Block with diverse backgrounds spanning GitHub, startups, nonprofit organizations. She's cultivated a passion for utilizing emerging technologies to champion equity within the tech industry. She moonlights as an advisor to G-Code House. I don't know how to pronounce the little squiggly, so I'm going to leave that out. An organization aimed at teaching women of color and non-binary people of color to code. Rizal believes in leveraging vulnerability, honesty, and kindness as a means to educate early career developers. We're thrilled to have you here for a fireside chat. Welcome, Rizal.
Thanks. I'm thrilled to be here. Always like your events. They're like always really well done.
Thanks. I really appreciate that. It's mostly Potter. It's
Lots of
just kidding. Potter's the guy in the back doing all the video. Secretly, he's controlling all the strings. He reminds me not to be on mute when I get on screen. And not that I've ever done that. I don't know where he gets this idea, but I've never. Anyway. let's get to the topic at hand, which is basically, so when you and I chatted, I would kind of pitch you the idea of that we are now in this world, which has come up multiple times throughout the course of today, where we are writing content that's not necessarily always being consumed by humans. I mean, it was always true that we had, like, say, Googlebot or whatever search that was consuming our content. But in this case, it's not just being consumed by like AI bots, but it's also being regurgitated by those same bots in many cases. And so, like, thinking about like how do we approach this problem of like, first of all, developers, like, if you want your stuff consumed by AI, like, what's the best way to approach this? I know you had some thoughts, even just in general. Like, I mean, what are some of your thoughts of like how should developers start to think about, do they really need to think about like writing their content for AI?
Yeah, I think so because many times, like you just said, right? AI tools are starting to consume that content and regurgitate it. I actually was looking at a couple of stats and I found a report. I forget the name of it. I wish I remembered so that you guys will believe me and not think I'm making up. But it said like 55% of developers are asking AI tools questions over like actual like search engine search engines like Google and stuff like that. And then that was in the US, and in the UK it's actually 62%. So I do think that like when you're creating content, we should be keeping like how AI tools are going to consume and then spit out that content for others, because that's where some people are starting to lean now, especially with some companies doing like AI mandates and stuff like that. Some people are starting to lean there. Even myself, I found myself like asking like chat GPT or something, like questions that I usually used to go to Google for. And I think the key here though is like, don't forget that humans will still consume the content as well. Like, I think sometimes maybe people are starting to be like, oh my gosh, AI first. I think we need to be able to have that balance of like, hey, AI tools will need to consume this, but also will like the average human being, because not everybody's using AI tools, and sometimes people want a deep dive.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think I've read something about, I think a lot of people have seen just kind of this traffic drop off for a lot of sites that kind of proves that yes, people are going to AI and getting their search. I mean, even if they go to Google, they're getting half the time, they're getting their answer from AI anyway. And it turns out they, by the way, almost never click the link to get the resource that the AI generated that off of. So like, I it's definitely, I think, something we have to take into account.
Yeah.
Yeah. So one of the questions I had for you though, because I mean, obviously you all do a lot of AI stuff at Block, and h- how is the way an LLM consumes your content, say, different than how a human might consume the content?
Yeah, that's a good question. So, like, I think for the way we as humans consume content, we're like, we might skim stuff, we might go from spot to spot, even if it's a video. Like, whether you're reading or you're in a video, you might be like at 1 minute, and then you're like, let me just skip to 5 minutes. Like, I get the point. And then also, as humans, we're able to interpret nuance a lot. But LLMs are not that way, really. They kind of just like parse and like stitch together little chunks of information, and humans, we want like the storytelling, we want like a narrative arc, we want emotion. Like the LLM doesn't really care about that, to be honest. So I think the way that LLMs are looking for things, they're looking for like, or what helps them to find the point is like having like structured headings, like bullet points, numbered list, metadata and stuff like that. So the LLM knows where to go to be able to answer the user's prompt. Because like, let's say I say, I don't know, sometimes I'm like, oh, can a baby eat this? Or I don't know, like I ask those questions. And I'm sure now ChatGPT or Claude or whatever, they're like looking through some of the top ranked searches, and then they're like looking for like headings so they can quickly find the answer and put it together in like a conversational manner for me.
Yeah, yeah, and some of those things are just good content structuring anyway. Like I
Yeah.
think sometimes we get away from say putting proper like headings in the proper order, which is just best practice anyway. But I think if you want it consumed, yeah, um, having those kind of things is definitely helpful. In fact, you may have missed it, but Kian was talking about how Cloudflare takes their markdown like with MDX, turn it into HTML and then turn it back into markdown, but with a lot more of like this simplified versions of the markdown, right? It's like, so you won't have like a component for tabs, obviously, because it doesn't, but if you have a component, you just turn that into a list and things like that. So it gets at some of what your point here, which is like you have to change the way you put the content for an LLM if you aren't doing their process and generating an LLM specific version.
Yeah.
Yeah. So sorry, go ahead. You were going to say something.
Oh no. I was just agreeing with you that like it's not like hurting you to basically structure things better. It's you being more mindful if anything. I even just really quickly, I was like even thinking about the fact that like adding alt text to your image helps the LLM, but in the end it also helps people who need to use like those like accessibility readers and all that. But keep going, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's true. Like, in some ways it doesn't understand like say complicated like structure, but in some ways it also enforces you like on simpler things to have to do the best practices, right? Like add your alt text, and which we've covered even was another presentation, was like, adding alt text, adding accessibility things probably helps these as well. But what happens, like, let me ask you, like, let's say I don't want it consumed
Yeah.
by an LLM. Like, how do you do that? Because not everybody, you know, like if I have content that say is behind a login or something like that, and I don't want the LLM to ever have access to that stuff. What is there something I can do?
Yeah, so there's a couple things. However, I always do a disclaimer that it's not like guaranteed from the research that I've done, because it has to be that the LLM provider respects these boundaries. But like you can have LLMs.txt, a robots.txt, basically specifying like I don't want an LLM or AI agent to like consume this information. You could also, I think you had mentioned just now a login. Like I think if you put things behind like a authentication wall or a paywall, which I don't really like for humans, but those also help to guide the LLM from not like reviewing that information or consuming that information. But again, with that disclaimer that like not all LLM providers respect that. And I think in the future, we're going to have to start thinking about like more like heavier technical standards, I guess, like licensing or Creative Commons or something like that, especially for folks like artists. I know artists don't want their like art being consumed by AI tools. So those are things that we might have to put in place as like AI continues to become bigger and bigger.
Yeah. Um, we I agree with that respecting boundaries is always the part you can't. Some companies are much more respectful of boundaries than others. Unfortunately, that's the world we live in. I do have a couple questions from the audience. First of all, Brian asks, are plain text LLM files the most easily consumed format for an LLM to learn from, or is semantic HTML a better format for more complex source content?
Double checking. Are you saying for it to avoid that information or for it to consume the information?
In this case, he's asking for it to consume. Like,
Oh,
is
okay.
it better to convert it into something like a plain text format or is it better in semantic HTML?
From what I learned, semantic HTML, just because you have the ability to like have the headings and like do little indications that this is like the important information that you want, like a TLDR and stuff like that. So that's from my knowledge.
Okay. Yeah, and I mean, I think like maybe if you did follow something like what was mentioned before about about converting to Markdown, because generally these LLMs understand that. I mean, we write in Markdown in the chat as an example, so I'm assuming that they would understand that better, and it does have that kind of markup to, yeah, like the headings and things like that. Valeria mentions, I've heard that XML performs better than Markdown. I wonder if that's true. I have no idea.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I haven't used
Yeah.
with an LLM like to consume that information.
Brian says, I wonder if ASCII doc would even be better than Markdown for more complex plain text source content. Actually, I wonder, because I mean, I've never really thought about like, what goes on under the covers, like how it breaks it down. Does it like I'm like if it's looking in the HTML document, I'm assuming at some level it strips out a lot of the HTML and does some kind of conversion to help it structure the content better. But it doesn't mean, does that mean that their robots would actually like understand ASCII doc? I don't know. Because it doesn't, I don't assume that they necessarily understand whatever format I want to write my text in. Curious, like, do you know anything about that at all?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to this, to be honest, but I would assume since it's trained on so many, like so much data, it should understand it. It's just more, I think it's less of the question of like, would it understand it or would it be better for it? I'm not sure.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
I
true.
know it would understand.
Yeah, I mean, it would understand the text, but would it understand like if you broke it down into different like the structure of the text any better? Yeah.
Yeah,
No idea. That's a really good question. Or we'll have to like leave that one. We'll have to research it for later. But very good question. So yeah, actually, Forbidden 403 says, I've read that Markdown format is actually most ideal to feed an LLM, but I would imagine that leans more towards text. Again, I guess we don't know. I'm not sure which is better. I never really heard specifically like if it's better to be in Markdown or it's better to be in text or it's better to be in HTML. Yeah, I don't. It sounds like you haven't really either.
Yeah, I'm not sure like which is better or not. I guess I've had better results with either Markdown and semantic HTML, but I haven't like sat there and like evaluated and been like, this one is better. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it's been like personal anecdote for me.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think it gets to like the point you were making earlier where the markup helps it understand like say the importance of certain elements, right? But ultimately like it's about how you serve up the information, right? It's not so much like um the structure is important, but it's not the most critical piece because it's gonna consume it, turn it into like tokens and spit it back in whatever format it sees fit. That's clearly different. If you ask it the same question twice, it's gonna give you two different answers, slightly. Um, so it's, I don't know that you may be talking about like fine-grained differences in how it understands your content as opposed to like the actual meat of the content.
Yeah. I think what's important is like making sure, like again, like you have those hierarchies and stuff like that, but then you also like are leveraging like the metadata and like just making sure that like the LLM knows or has context about what everything is more than like, oh, I'm using this framework or this file type for the AI to consume it. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, so one thing I want to get at, like, that you mentioned earlier about how humans care about the narrative, right? Like, I mean, if we're writing content, okay, so I guess let me take a step back and say so we have this kind of drop in the where people are not coming to the source article. So I'm like writing my blog posts or whatever it is, but actually people might not be reading my blog posts. People might be consuming my blog posts via an LLM. But like when I'm writing, I'm focused on creating that narrative. Do we need to just change the way? Like, what are your thoughts? Do we need to change the way we're writing? Because people aren't necessarily ever gonna aren't always reading the article. They're reading our article regurgitated by an LLM.
My perspective is I think we need to serve both audiences. I don't know, maybe other people won't agree with me, right? But I think all humans are nerds for different things. Like you might be like a car nerd or I don't know, a house cleaning nerd or whatever. So maybe not everyone's clicking your link anymore and there's been a drop. But the people who are really nerding out about whatever it is, they want that deep dive. They want the story before you actually write out your recipe. So you should still write for them in mind, but still structure your content in a way that an AI can quickly grab it and turn it into something conversational. So still structure it in a way that like it can be, I don't know what's the right word here, like Q&A like for the AI to pull from it. So I don't want to I think we should still keep AI in mind, but I don't want to eventually live in this world where like AI is creating the content and consuming the content and then we don't have any original like stories or anything because you could tell when something was developed by AI or only created for AI. It's just kind of like dry and uses a ton of big words and you're like what is this?
Yeah, totally. I won't name names, but there's sites I stopped going to because it was clear like the content. You can spot an AI generated article very easily, and I'm like, yeah, I don't need to read this. It's not entertaining to me. Like it's not fun to read. We do actually have a bunch of questions. I'm going to get back to the questions here. Okay, so do Brian asked, do LLMs follow link image references in the text and parse those too?
Uh, what does that mean? Sorry.
I guess he's saying so, and I think that they do. They follow links, like the bots that and the like say ChatGPT bot or all the different they follow the links in your
Oh,
content and
are you
consume all
saying
that stuff as
yes? I didn't know what I didn't know if like that's like one phrase link image reference, but I wasn't sure of that. But yeah, they do typically they'll go towards like the link and stuff like that. Is that what you're saying? Is that what that
yeah.
was? Yeah,
Yeah,
they do.
he was saying link slash image. I should have made it clearer.
Oh, okay. Yes. Sorry for the confusion. Yeah, they typically do. Okay, so from what I learned is like similar to like SEO, the LLM will still like grab the um top ranking results and then it will like quickly like grab important information from there. If there's a TLDR or a quick summary and like at the top or something like that, it'll grab that and bring that information to you. So it does follow them.
Okay. Let's see. Sarah asks, have you come across any content writing strategies for AI that would not also be good for humans? Everything I seem to find seems to be standard docs practices that we've been doing as tech writers.
Okay. Wait, can you break the question down for me? Is Sarah
Basically she's asking like, is there a reason you would want to write specifically for AI that would not necessarily be like follow best practices for writing for humans? Like is there so far she's saying all the things that like how to write for AI is just use best practices we would use for writing for people anyway.
Hmm. I think I think I would agree with you, Sarah. I've come across that. I think that um the and I think this goes back to what I was saying a little bit earlier, right? Like these are just things that like we should be doing anyways. And they kind of just like enhance the experience or basically remind us like, oh, these are something that we should be doing for humans. I think if I'm answering this correctly, right? You were asking like, is there anything differentiating from like how we write for humans versus AI? I think those are still good best practices, whether we're like doing the hierarchical stuff or making sure we're clear or using natural language. Like those are all stuff we should be doing anyways. But I think it's just almost like a good reminder that it will help the human and the AI. I hope I understood. There is one thing
Yeah.
I want to bring up though that like maybe
Yes.
people don't know about. Is there's this thing that I recently discovered called MCP UI. So I know everybody's like familiar with MCP. And the idea is that like we've moved into like as we can see, everybody is using like plain text for AI agents. And it's like all black and white. And this is like the new interface. Like people have like predicted like maybe this is the death of the browser, which is really sad because like web interactivity was so fun like back in the day. So they've implemented, or two guys who used to work at Shopify have implemented this add-on on top of MCP, which basically allows you to bring in interactive components to your AI agent. So some of the demos they've done, I've done like my own thing, which has been kind of cool, but some of the demos they've done is like, let's say you ask the AI agent like, oh, I want to buy a shirt or something like that. Rather than it just coming back to you with plain text, it can bring in like an iframe with like a shopping cart, and you could press add to cart or whatever. Or it can bring back, it's either like pulling the iframe from like an external URL or you typing in your own HTML for it, and you can interact with the AI agent through that. So it's not just responding to you in text, it's responding to you in like the form of a UI, if that makes sense. And I've done it for myself. It's been kind of cool. I wanted to like, since I'm a new tech lead, I wanted to like see like where my team was with like getting their work done. And like the GitHub projects board, it's not like friendly for me to look at. I want to see it in more of a calendar view. So I'll like ask, I like made this MCP server, and then I asked Goose like, oh, how who has the least amount of work, or what does the workload look like between my team and stuff like that. And then it'll like come back with like a bar graph or charts and all that. And I think that's like a cool new way that like we can be also thinking about framing our content so that like AI agents can consume that and bring it back or regurgitate it to users.
Yeah,
So
in fact, we saw a little bit of that like earlier today with like the search component that that was getting built in one of the earlier presentations. Joel Varty was building, and where like he was sending back search results, but if you ask a specific question, it would actually send you back a form to fill out and things like that, right? Like, so I agree with you. It gets back to a point I was trying to make earlier, which is like content isn't just long form text, right? Like content is also like things like, oh, an interactive like calendar, right? That shows you what your team members are doing and things like that. And so like it's, you know, I think a lot of times we think of like the AI agents just consuming blog posts and docs and things like that, but they're all, I mean, there's all kinds of content that isn't just long form text.
yeah.
That's really good point. And then how do you serve that back up? Because like if you're in a chat text space like chat, like say with Chat GPT, it's got to be good at like, hey, I need to serve you up a component to actually interact with this type of content that isn't text easily converted to text based.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, happy to answer more questions too. I just remembered, I'm like, wait, I did want to bring that up. But that's cool that like someone else was showing that off in a past session.
Yeah, it wasn't MCP UI specifically. I mean, it was in Algolia search results kind of thing that he was building in Next.js, but I think it's very similar, basically similar concept. You know, and do you think like ultimately, do you think what's your view in terms of the future of things like MCP? Because I think right now, like it's like, oh, hey, I integrate this in my coding tool and it helps me with code, but like it does a lot more. Like, can you tell people like a little bit more about, say, how you've like what MCP is? I'm sure some people in the audience may not know. And then like, do you see it as a way of consuming content in interacting with the LLM in the long run from like a content perspective?
Okay, so MCP stands for Model Context Protocol, and this is basically a standard or shared agreement of how AI agents can connect to real world applications. Because without it, at this point in time, without it, you will have to make like your own custom integrations each time. When we first built Goose, that's what we were doing, and it was like a pain in the butt to be like, okay, I want to connect Goose to Jira, and then you have to like create your own like thing, and you can only do it in Python. I didn't know Python, it was so annoying. So luckily, like Block went over to Anthropic, and they were like, yo, we want to make a standard, and Anthropic's like, we're already making that. So like Block was able to like give some of their like ideas or input into that along with other companies. So that's MCP. Basically, it's just a connector to real world apps. Do I see it as a way to, I think you said something about like
Interact with content, like, because right now I think a lot of like MCP is like, oh, I'm use it for in coding. Most examples I see are around like generating code, but do you see that being more like I might actually consume content that via MCP servers?
I use it for everything. I know.
Really?
Yeah, I don't just use it for code. I know like because you can just make it for anything you want. I know Nick Taylor made like a dev.to MCP server. That's an example of like pulling in or using an MCP server to pull in like content. Like you can be like, hey, how's this going? Or I know I've seen people use a Reddit MCP server and they're like, tell me like the latest on Reddit. So you could really like have it if there's an MCP server for it, or if you want to make one, you can really have it just pull in like the latest news for the day or whatever it is you want to interact with content for you. I also know there's like, I guess if we want to talk about like documentation, there's, I think it's called Git MCP, and it basically turns your documentation, turns your app into like a documentation type of MCP server, and you can just ask it like, how does Goose work? How does local stack work? What's happening here? So I guess that's a code example, but it's still like more content based where it's pulling stuff from like maybe your documentation site or your code base and helping the user figure out how to use it. There's just everything. I've seen like a Blender MCP server where people like, they don't know how to like make those 3D assets, and like your MCP client just makes it for you. So I think, at least for me, I tend to do more code examples out in public so people aren't like, oh, you're just using AI for fun. Well, no, I'm using it for code, but I often use it for non-code things.
Yeah. Sarah mentioned actually that Astro has it like, and I remember that Astro has an MCP server for the docs. I think, I know like I've interacted with the AWS for consuming docs as well, but I always like, again, my experience with MCP, both building and using, has always been like inside my code editor and not so much like in chat. So like I hadn't really thought of it as a like content consumption in that kind of like just, oh, tell me what's on Reddit kind of thing. So that's really interesting. So now we got to like think of that too in the way, like, do you think like the way you would normally have in the past maybe provided a content API, do you think it's like, if I would have provided an API to like access my content, should I now have an MCP server to access that content? Do you think that's kind of becoming a necessity?
I think so. I think it's becoming a necessity. I don't know if MCP will be the de facto thing for the future years. I think it's it's the starter, and I see so many companies adopting it. Like Apple is adopting it for their operating system. Like I seen an article about that. So I think if you have like an application or an API, I think it's valuable to have an MCP server for it, an official one, because probably someone in the community made one for your app anyways. So you can make an official one and allow people to access it through their AI agents.
Now, if I want to, say, take my content and make it accessible via MCP, do I have to then create my own RAG pipeline to train off of whatever my content is, or is there another way, like an easy way that I could just, take my existing content and not have to, like rework it in order to make it work?
I don't think you have to do the RAG way. I mean, I think that's if you prefer that. But I know my boss, Angie Jones, she made a MCP server for our Goose documentation. And I don't think she did any of that. I think she just set up a couple of tool calls that probably said, like, give me like information on this, like read this part, create this, whatever like the tool calls needed to be. And then basically that's it. A user can ask that, it'll have the tool descriptions, and then you'll have like the tool calls that are actually like executing and handling all that. So I think RAG is if you want to like go hard, but you don't need all that.
Okay. Yeah, let me see. I'm gonna check if we got more questions. Somebody didn't know Blender has an MCP server. I didn't know either. I'm gonna be honest, like I feel like I'm a bit of a newbie with MCP, even though like because I've used it, but not to the extent. I feel like there's a whole world of like stuff that I'm missing out on with MCP that like because I haven't really integrated it that heavily.
Yeah.
So what are your favorite MCP servers?
Ooh, okay. The Chrome DevTools just came out with one. I know as you said favorite, but I just tried it yesterday and it was pretty cool because it can basically debug my applications. Like I can be like, oh, I'm on localhost 3000, or I can be on like I'm on, I don't know, Goose. I mean, that's a bad example, like youtube.com. I don't know. And then I'll be like, oh, use the Chrome DevTools like MCP server to like figure out why like the performance is slow or whatever, and it could tell me and then it could like solve it. I thought that was great. I'm like, amazing. I'm never using my brain again. Just kidding, I will, but it was pretty cool. Let me see. I'm gonna go to my extension list right now just to see. Because Block, we build a lot of our own MCP servers in-house for like security purposes. So let me just make sure that I have I like Playwright. I like I like the Netlify MCP server because now I essentially just say like deploy it to here instead of like going into the application or console and having it deploy. There's literally so many that like I don't know why I'm not thinking of them right now, but like anything you think of, there's probably an MCP server for it. Let me see. Hold on. I want to get you guys good ones. But while I think of them, you can ask me more questions if you wanted. Oh,
just checking through the chat here. Oh, go forward.
Oh, sorry. I like it. There's an 11 Labs MCP server, so you can do like your whole like text to voice speech thing. I think that one's cool. And then I also like this one. What's it called? Container use. It basically allows you to like put your AI agents in like a container and allow them to like work in isolation and in parallel, and that allows me to basically like test out different versions of things. Like this is a really simplified example, but if I'm like, how does this website look blue versus red, I can just have it like make two different containers and I just see the example side by side, and it saves me a little bit of time. That's it.
It's really cool. We're building one, like my team is building one. And part of it was a lot of the stuff we do is like AWS CLI, and I found like AWS CLI, like while it's powerful, like I forget. I mean, it's like AWS, Lambda dash dash this dash dash that. Then you have to like let me format the payload correctly. Let me do this. Like and there's so many flags and things, and I never remember, honestly. So I was like, can we just make it so like if you're like just do kind of like Netlify's, deploy this to there. Okay, create me a lambda, name this. Now
Yeah.
send trigger this lambda. Like, and I think interacting in that kind of straight text way is really how it's much more natural than, at least for me, like than remembering a ton of command line flags.
Yeah.
Um,
It's powerful because it's like I think as developers sometimes we like pride ourselves and like, oh, we remembered all this exact syntax. But I'm like, I think more the point is like that this exists and how to do it, but you don't remember, like it's okay if you don't remember that you had to do 2 dashes or or 5, whatever. I
yeah,
think natural language method is great.
yeah, I think it is. And even if you think about it, like from a content standpoint, like I think our documentation, we have like an AI that actually it's trained on specifically on the docs. One of the nice things I love about it is like we pay for a service that does this, but like one of the nice things I love about it is that it does not answer questions. Like if it doesn't find the details in the docs, it's like, I don't know. I don't have
Good.
an answer for that. Because one of the troubles is just when it guesses and it guesses wrong, you know.
Yeah.
Um yeah.
When it hallucinates or says,
Yeah.
you're absolutely right. And you're like, but I'm not absolutely right.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it makes you feel good. That's the whole point. It's not really about doing that. No. But yeah, I saw something an article the other day that basically like it's that's I was it Anthropic or one of the companies had done a bunch of research and said it's just kind of eliminating that guessing is where it tends to go wrong. Is that's what hallucinations is just it was trained, they built the tools to always try and have an answer, and so when it doesn't, it just guesses, and that's where like these hallucinations come from. um you know so Sarah has one. I got we think we have just a few minutes. I'm going to try and get to the last couple questions. Sarah, thank you so much for all your questions. Sarah asks, how do you find support has changed? Maybe projects have fewer questions, but also more very confused people who've been told certain APIs exist that sound totally reasonable, but don't.
Interesting. Okay, so we do in our documentation, we have like Inkeep, which like provides like AI responses. So I think sometimes we do get a few confused people, or sometimes people like they might ask Goose, like, how does this part work? But they may not have asked it well, and then Goose gives like a false answer. So I have seen that a couple times, but it hasn't been enough to bother me, but maybe that's because like my team itself, we do such good like technical support. So I'm not I've seen it, but it hasn't been like, oh man, this is awful for me.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I wonder, we haven't seen it either internally, but I'd be curious to ask our support team if they've gotten like questions that are wrong because AI is giving the wrong guidance. It's like I know myself, for instance, like I use in Cursor, like oftentimes specifically when I'm trying to build stuff in AWS, it gives me apps stuff that looks completely right, but is absolutely wrong. It's like, oh, that looks correct to me, and then I'm like, oh wait, no, that doesn't doesn't exist in CDK. Like, what is it? It's making this up. So I wonder if people are getting support teams are getting more questions about that. Sarah has one last question, and I think we're running out of time here. Do you have strategies for taking those experiences for figuring out what LLMs get wrong about your content and go back and revise?
Hmm. That's a good question. I wish I had like real strategies. I think it's more like right now it's just reactive for us. Like, oh wow, we didn't realize that people are getting confused and how to do XYZ. Let's write like a more like specific documentate like file like sorry, a more specific doc that like really explicitly outlines how to do this so people don't get confused. I think what has been happening, like we have AI all over, internally and externally, and sometimes we have this bot called QAI that'll like pull the wrong information. But once we update the documentation to like be more explicit, it might pull it like 2 or 3 times the wrong way, and then after that it gets it right. So it's not really like a tried and true strategy with like really proper formality, but that's just what's been working for us.
Yeah. I think like I'd say in my own experience, like adding to that is like so the tool I was mentioning we use for docs is called Kappa that does like, it's basically like does the AI answers. And one of the thing I like about it that like is the part I think we couldn't build, because we could build a RAG and like have it do this, answers or whatever, but like, or whatever the solution is now if it's not a RAG. But we had built something like that, but then we ended up choosing this because it does actually tell you like, here's questions that I couldn't answer. Here's questions that I was unsure of the answer. Like here's, which ones got thumbs down and things like that. And I think so just that analytics part of it and being able to say, like, to see what questions people were getting and were getting either poor answers or it couldn't answer based on the content that we had helps us to guide where we might have gaps that we can fill. So like I think, however, but unfortunately, if you're doing it even like say an MCP server or something like that, I don't necessarily have that data. This one is like all self-contained in our website, so I can get that data. But I don't know what questions people are asking via ChatGPT, but I think if you could get access to that and figure out like, okay, here's where it's going wrong. Here's where their questions are being answered incorrectly because it's consuming my content and serving up the wrong answer. Whether it's a tool like Kappa or something like that, it's helpful.
That's interesting. I think I'm going to try to implement that then. I think I could even do it with like an MCP server that we have. Like I like
Yeah, you
that.
think so?
I'm stuck on this. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. I mean, you just have to have that data. Otherwise, like, yeah, without it,
You don't
you're flying
know.
blind anyway. You don't know where they went wrong because you don't know what answer it gave. So, or what question they even asked and where it went wrong. So, well, this was a really fun conversation. I know it's like a broad topic, but in a very complex topic. And obviously, lots of people had lots of questions about it, and lots of thoughts about how to best structure content to be consumed by LLMs. I didn't know that would be the most the hottest topic. And unfortunately, I don't know. I don't really know. But yeah, I really appreciate the conversation. It's been great. Always good seeing you, Rizal. And thanks for being here.
Great. Thank you for having me.
All right, everybody. Well, that is the end of another code word. I hope you've enjoyed it. I really have. I learned a lot, and actually, I made a list of things that I'm like literally gonna go check out after this to learn more about. So, anyway, thank you to the team at FITC who always collaborates with me on these events. As usual, done a great job of making sure all the speakers were taken care of, and that everything went off flawlessly. Thank you to all the speakers who had really great presentations. I appreciate every one of you. I learned a lot, and I think a lot of people did, and will continue to learn from this. Thank you to the sponsors, Cloudflare and Agility CMS. We can't put on these events and have the ability to make them completely free without sponsors like Cloudflare and Agility CMS. So please check them out and thank them for being here. And thanks to all of you for participating today. We've really appreciated all of your comments and chat. It was nice to see like so many people having like conversations going on in the chat while we were talking. So I really appreciate everybody. And I look forward to hopefully seeing you all at another code word in the future. Until then, bye.